just so.
Hey everybody, welcome to our Saturday night D&D stream. We are back after a short hiatus last week. We had a few players who were unable to attend, and so we took a break. But we are back. We are back better than ever. We have a couple of small things going on. We are still on the road to 500. When we hit 500 followers, we will give away a copy of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything to one of our lucky viewers that night. And as always, we are every time we hit 50 subscribers, we give away a set of dice. We are 13 subscribers in to that 50, so subscribe away, and you could be one of our dice winners. Chris, you've gotten some dice from Farbo Co.
Yeah, they're awesome. I love them.
They
sit on my desk, and I like to look at my math rocks.
Nice. I miss rolling math rocks on a regular basis. This whole, I love our community, and I love playing in Foundry. Foundry's amazing. But, I miss being around the table with people and rolling some real dice. Someday.
Absolutely.
Someday COVID will be gone. And maybe we'll play again. I will say, though, that over the course of doing this, there's a bunch of players in the community that live within an hour and a half of me, surprisingly. So, might have to get some people together from Oregon here to play a live game. Agreeing to DM for Team Cringe could be described as rolling the dice. That's fair. That's fair.
Well, not all of Team Cringe.
Not all of Team Cringe
lives near you.
That's true.
Sad day. Sad times.
That's true. But what David is saying is true. It is a roll of the dice. It is, I am, kind of putting myself at risk playing with Team Cringe. They put me through the ringer, but that was a good time.
So awesome.
What did I do here? Somehow Joffrey's token reverted back to Cricket. Yeah.
Cricket's back, baby.
Everybody wishes.
Wow.
It's a zombie. Kill it.
Not that nobody... I didn't say nobody likes Joffrey. I just said that everybody loved Cricket.
Everybody did really like Cricket. It was
People loved Cricket enough that they shed tears during his death. I mean, that's saying something.
People loved Cricket enough that the robot shed tears.
Yeah.
The robot cried for Cricket.
Fucking
Here, we're
robot
gonna fix that.
I'm just talking about the community.
Oh, yeah.
Like the other players playing their characters.
Oh, I did IRL too. Yeah, that was sad.
Look, nothing's stopping you guys from raising her again. Right now.
Yeah. No, that's where I'm at.
I mean, you guys need the spell that can raise her. She's been dead for a week now.
Nope, not a week. She's been dead for 4 days.
Has it really only been 4 days?
It's only been 4. Now it's 7.
Now it's 7. 7 days is a week, Chris.
As we hit level
Chris,
10.
Are you aware that 7 days make up a week?
I am aware. No. This is COVID times, Mark. This is COVID times, Mark. Time is meaningless, okay? Nothing means anything. Everything is a false duration. It doesn't matter.
She's been dead for 4 days. I mean 7.
Yep, which is a week. Nailed it.
So I've been told.
Nailed it.
You nailed Cricket?
Raise Dead does have a 10-day
After
threshold,
7 days.
Kim. That is true. Holy shit. Kim is in the stream, guys. Kim is in the chat.
Kim is in the chat.
Isn't it like 1,000 o'clock in the morning for you? Cicada? Like, isn't this like really, really late at night right now? 1 a.m.?
So what you're saying is I should be leveling up Cricket.
What? I didn't.
Nothing.
I don't know. You gotta talk to your castmates. I thought you loved Joffrey.
I do. I like both of them.
I know.
They're so much fun to play.
They are fun to
You
play.
can play both.
Oh, God.
The thing is, we cremated her.
I was gonna ask, do we need the
Oh
body
God!
for raised
You
dead?
cremated her because you
Yeah.
didn't want her to be risen from the dead as an undead in that cavern.
Yeah, we
Well,
kinda had to.
To be fair, after casting ceremony, she couldn't have been risen for like a week anyway.
We couldn't have
True,
known,
but
As
they didn't.
undead,
The
as undead.
the
As
biggest
undead. She-
the biggest problem, Chris, is that they didn't have a barrel.
no, that obviously.
Yeah. I mean,
That
other
is-
parties, when they have bodies that they want to preserve to raise from the dead, they put them in a barrel and carry the barrel around. And unfortunately, this party just doesn't have a barrel.
Well, surely
you
they
go.
have like a shoebox.
We're gonna have to get a bucket.
Or a well.
Clearly, you guys really
Come on.
killed the mayor on that one.
Yep. Here are things that recur in Orden. Mayors that need to die or are dead by accident. Mayors dying is a recurring theme in Orden. Bodies in barrels is a recurring theme in Orden. And I'm not just talking one game. I'm talking across games coincidentally. Bodies in barrels and dead mayors. And the last thing is dumping bodies in wells. Bodies they want to resurrect or raise the dead, they put them in a barrel, and bodies they want to dispose of where nobody can find it, they dump it in a well. Anyway, yes, that's why Gerd was a Cooper, because he would put bodies in barrels. That's right. Alright guys, anyway, this is the Road to Nowhere. All announcements have been given, so, can you help us down the Road to Nowhere, Rye, and give us the start, introduce yourself, your character, and let's get the ball rolling on this funky fest
Okay.
of fun.
My name is Rye. I am playing the fighter. Was it a cyanide, isn't he? Fighter cyanites called Vargan. He is a Vedelkin, which is basically a big blue humanoid thing. Who is a budding scholar. He is searching for the reason why the dragons left. He struck a deal and has somehow managed to end up with the party, trying to stop a ancient necromancer from taking over the world. And I will pass the torch over to Genwin.
Yeah.
You're doing left to right. Yeah, hi, hey, I am Marcus. I'm Spicy Curry, read almost everywhere. I am playing the new gen Warforged Transmutation Wizard with a 2-level dip and fighter, Gemwin Magmalid. I, like a lot again, am also looking for where the dragons have gone, but now I'm looking to raise my best friend of 2 days, one day, from the dead. I think that's my immediate goal.
Corin is an NPC. He will be played by me, poorly, and because Grayson had to several weeks ago now. Grayson had to take a permanent leave of absence from the game, but Corin has got his own little place on the overlay for now. Chris?
Hi! I'm Actharian, better known as Chris, also playing Joffrey on this game tonight. I also played Cricket, who people briefly mentioned.
The best one.
Yeah, the best friend. And world's greatest trap tripper.
World's greatest tabaxi.
Yeah. Anyway, Joffrey is currently trying to figure out what the hell is affecting his in the Feywild.
and he is prepared to do whatever it takes to stop it and hopefully reverse it.
Hello all, my name is Brad. I play Caliph, the Awathan Barbarian. He doesn't care about dragons, he doesn't know about the Feywild, he's just trying to stop the Death Knight.
Caliph has his priorities straight.
And I'm Justin, playing Kerr, the Kobold Cleric.
That's really all there is to say about Kerr, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of other things to be said.
That's true. Kerr doesn't need a ship. He is his own ship. Or is it Kerr and Caliph? I don't know.
The current ship is Kerr and Caliph, and then the other ship is Corin and that random drow lady.
that is Joffrey's ship for the gate for the party.
And
nothing.
Doesn't make it
No.
any less valid.
Fair. All right, and I am the Mark Knight. I am your dungeon master this evening. When we last left off, this group of interesting characters who have found themselves working together or traveling together due to a sinkhole, which ultimately led to the release of a Death Knight. Holy shit, Chris! What the fuck did you just do?
Don't get distracted, Mark.
How am I not supposed to get distracted? You just gifted 20 subs, my friend.
Shush, I just realized that fucking Aramil was trying to take my top spot. I'm not gonna let that.
He's been wheedling his way in. Oh
Yeah,
my
fuck
god.
that shit. I'll double his numbers. I don't give a fuck. Now, on with the
rookie
description.
Oh my god. Just so you know, one of the gifted subs was for Hackerman1970. I just think that's a great name. Anyway, you have kind of been faced with this situation where this Death Knight, servant of Evelyn Volkmar, Solavel, has been released from his imprisonment and is on a quest to raise his master from whatever state of death Enon Volkmar is in. He told you that the two things he needs for that are the body and the book. And he has since been traveling without exhaustion or fail in the direction of Ravenreach, determining that pursuing this creature would be essentially futile. You've decided to head in the direction of these several locations. Well, I guess we're giving away some dice. Holy crap!
You know what?
Oh my god, Rye, you just did that to stick your finger in his eye. Oh my god. Okay, I have to actually turn off the alert box because I don't think I can keep going with this.
I can go all day, Rye.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Bring it on.
Anybody else want to get in on this? Because I will take as much money as you guys want to give me. I'm just going to say that right now. Honestly, it's too much. It's honestly too much. I won't say no, but it's honestly too much. Jesus Christ, guys. You guys are insane. Chris just added 10 more subs just to go over the top.
Man.
Oh my gosh.
I'll bite your nose
Yes,
off. Rye.
yes,
Don't
they
tempt
did. They made money spending into a competitive sport. Jesus, I don't even know how to handle this. Thank you?
You're welcome.
even though it was for petty reasons.
I
Even
mean,
though we did it for the lols.
I could. I'm okay with this. Like, I'm not going to argue with that.
As long as you're okay with it.
I'm fine. I'm fine with it. I've learned, Chris. I've learned in the 7 months that we have been playing together. I have learned that trying to discourage you from doing anything is impossible. So thank you.
I mean, like, not if like the reason is like, no, it's too much. That's too nice, man.
Yes.
Stop spending. Stop giving me money. What can I say? I fall for reverse psychology very easily.
Do you? Then I don't want you to gift any more subs tonight.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Gift subs.
I have to wait. No, that's not the reverse psychology.
Yeah.
Wait, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. Chris, you should gift more subs because that's the way reverse psychology works.
All right, I'll gift more subs.
No, stop! Don't.
No, reverse psychology doesn't work when you tell the person that you're trying to do the reverse psychology.
You're right.
Is that you actually want them to do.
I don't know at this point. I don't know.
Let's-
Whoa! The dice
Alright,
giveaway
let's
counter.
go.
The dice giveaway counter is at
Nice.
69 subs. So we
Nice.
should probably stop now.
That's
we
actually a good
definitely
place to
have
start.
to.
Yeah.
It's a perfect place to stop.
Oh God. Okay. Anyway,
Unless we went all the way to 420.
if you
Give
give
me a second.
Christopher, Chris, you stop it now.
All right, next week.
Oh God.
Yeah, I get paid next week.
Yeah, exactly. See?
Yeah.
We can make it happen.
You've
All
been
right,
you
sorry,
were in
description.
yeah.
Back to the game. Sorry,
Can we
Yeah.
play,
were distracted for this gag.
please? Oh my
This is
God.
like this is a sub spending bit.
Anyway, you've left the lair of Ian Volkmar. You've been headed. Vargan discovered a map in his map case that pointed out the four locations in Oridon that are somehow connected to the grimoire, the Codex Mortem, the Tome of Ian Volkmar, and one of those locations is Coriol Forest. And so, as a group, you decided that being the closest location to where you are, that is the best course of action, that is the best direction to head in, and so you have begun to travel. After several days, you reached the town of Renault, a trading town at the crossroads of the Alabaster Pilgrimage and the Guards March, two major highways of the Old Empire. You spent about a day there, and over that time, you decided that it would be a good idea to hire yourselves out and travel with a caravan moving south, knowing that, one, there have been hobgoblin raids on the roads in the area near Reddenburg Fortress, and that traveling in numbers is typically a good idea.
While the map leaves very little to the imagination as to the trail that we're probably going to have to take, would my magical map case be able to give us a nice shortcut route to travel faster?
Yes, I believe your map can cut your travel time
By half.
by half. I mean, you have to roll, right? You have to roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought I'll give you the option to say no, considering that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it is pretty straightforward. I think that it would be better that's better used over like shorter
Through
distances.
forests and things.
Yeah, exactly.
Difficult terrain.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first day you spent in Renault, you spent the first night drinking together.
Oh, yeah, we got shit-faced.
Yes,
Yeah.
very much so. And the next day began to try to gather some information and resources. Corin was able to pick up a +1 greatsword, a magical greatsword, essentially, from one of the caravan merchants for a hefty price, but necessary armaments nonetheless, considering the things that you have been facing. Vargan, you had spoken to a priest of Nadara in the town, and they directed you to find information on the old empire and any records thereof in the town hall, which you spent the rest of this next day doing. Kerr, you picked up some necessary magical supplies for your spell casting. And Calith, you've had the pleasure of getting reacquainted with Asger, the half-orc caravan guard that you had worked with in the past. Gemwin and Joffrey, I'm not sure what you planned to spend your time doing in town, but you had one day there before the 2 days on the road that would take you to the next town along the caravan route. Did you have any downtime things you'd like to do?
I would have worked on that spell.
Okay.
I had rolled before. I think we said we would do it at the end of the week.
Yes.
Is that true? Okay.
Yeah. One work week. Yep.
It was a 24 then. Do you want me to roll again?
No, you can keep the 24. That's fine.
Okay, cool. So I'm currently at 8 hours, I think.
Okay.
Before this week.
No problem. Joffrey, was there anything else in town that would have been of interest to you?
Yeah, he wants to negotiate with the caravan.
Ah, okay. All right. Vargan, that 21, is that your history roll for searching the archives in the town hall for information?
It can be. It was just like a roll I did to make sure my stuff was working.
Ah, okay.
If you want me to roll again, I will.
No, that's fine.
Otherwise-
It seems appropriate.
Okay.
The primary records that are here in town have to do with the town itself, as far as its connection to the Empire. It has been a trading post for several hundred years, and has been destroyed and rebuilt on numerous occasions during various military excursions in this area. Most recently, about a decade ago, when the orcs invaded the town. The town was kind of overrun, and left mostly in ruins. So the records have holes in them over the course of time.
Question then.
Yeah.
With over the course of time, the temple, that is currently there, because it was like made of like quartz and such, wasn't it?
There was the base of the inn was made of quartz.
Oh, that's the inn.
Quartz
that was,
outcropping. Yeah.
Quartz.
The temple
okay.
was had this great white tree growing out of the center of it, with branches in various shades of the seasons.
That's right, and it was sort of like enclosed upon itself, kind of thing.
Correct.
Is there anything on the records about that tree? How long has that tree been there for?
The tree. Yeah, the tree's been there since the town's founding.
Since
it was
the
never
town's original founding.
Yep, never cut down, never destroyed.
Even by the orcs.
Correct. The town records note that the followers of Nadara believe that it is under her protection, and that the town, as such, is always rebuilt around it because there's always something to come back to. No matter how often it's been, it is literally on the way from the pass into the rest of Oregon, right? So, like, anything coming into the pass or anyone trying to take control of the pass, this is the first town that they are going to run into. And so often it has been occupied or destroyed. There are records that go back to the Empire, mostly census records, imperial tax records, and records of conscription into various militaries from the town. There are records of battles where the town had significantly been a part of some kind of defense during the various years in the Empire, including during the time of Enan Volkmar, about 400 years in the past, where the town was defended against the undead by both the priests of Nadara and members of the Eagle Legion from Redenburg Fortress, which were primarily made up of Warforged.
Huh. Okay. I will scribble those notes down into my journal, making note of the Warforged regiment's name and location, if possible.
Yeah, the Eagle Legion was based out of Redenburg Fortress at the time.
And where is that?
That is about a week south of where you are, into the mountains.
South into the mountains.
You're here. I'll point on the map. You are
there. Yeah.
There. That's where the town is. Redenburg Fortress is here.
Ah, yes, where it says Redenburg Forest.
Correct. Right underneath the words Redenburg Fortress.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any mention about the quartz in? Was this place ever mined for quartz? Is there a quartz quarry nearby?
The place was.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Yes, there's a quartz quarry nearby. It is disused now. The quartz that is built under the inn is untouched because of the ownership of the inn itself. The inn has been demolished and rebuilt several times, but the same dwarven family has owned the inn for as far back as records can show. And they would not allow the mining of the quartz that was under the inn, as it is a part of the drawing features of the inn itself.
And again, this place has stood the test of time.
It has.
Damn.
It has.
All right.
It just seems like the type of place that, because it's right there on this important crossroads, that no matter how often it gets bulldozed over because of where it is, like, people tend to resettle there once the opportunity arises. So yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. Thank you.
No problem. Chris said be right back, so... Caliph, you've been... Asger came and found you that next day after the drinking contest, and as the two of you had spoken of catching up, and the gang had discussed finding a caravan that they can tag along with. And he comes and finds you in the inn and offers to buy you around. hair of the dog, as it were. And he kind of strolls in, mighty and imposing. And he comes looking for you.
Asgore, good to see you this morning.
Caliph. So we spoke of drink.
Yes, we were gonna have a drink together last night. I got involved in a little drinking contest. Sorry, I didn't make it.
These things are bound to happen, I'm sure. Well, are you ready for another round today?
I don't see why not.
He purchases the first round and carries it over to you. So, you've been traveling around Orden ever since Anchor. Gotten yourself into some trouble, you said, and now you're headed south.
Yes, we came across some information that the thing we're looking for could be in the Corial Forest. So we're going to be traveling that way anyway. So we thought it might be a good idea to travel, pair ourselves out with a caravan to Drayan, get ourselves there.
Not something you're unfamiliar with.
Correct.
We are headed that way. I could see about getting you a spot.
Out of character, and that's perfectly fine if they're going that way. I thought he told us last time.
Oh,
he
yes.
was going to Drakengard.
You're right. He is going to Drakengard Keep. My apologies. It's been 2 weeks. He says, so he'll say, I know some of the guards headed down that way. Perhaps I could put a word in for you.
That would be much appreciated. Do you have any more information on the hobgoblin raids?
I spoke to some of the other caravans heading to and from Reddenburg. Seems that there's a lot of trouble down that way. The city has been dealing with a drought of some kind, and a heavy drought. It's been bad. Spread, actually, down towards the lake. It seems that the hobgoblins are using this time as an opportunity to raid every town and village, caravan, farm, traveler that they can, headed down that way. With the drought as bad as it is, I've heard rumors that Reddenburg itself is spread thin. Refugees and whatnot.
Understandable. Reddenburg never was one to care too much about its people, in my experience.
No, I don't think they do. I wouldn't be surprised if... I wouldn't be surprised if all of these attacks weren't hobgoblins.
Well, sounds like we shouldn't have too much trouble finding a caravan that could use some extra help in its circumstances.
Huh. No, I don't say that you would.
Okay, back.
I should tell you that about 5 days ago, we received, or I should say, we received word a couple of days ago on our travels that some 5 days back, the Redenburg army began marching south towards Drayen.
I appreciate that info. That's definitely something I'll have to keep my eye out for.
You said just now that might be that is where you're headed, and you may find a city under siege when you get there.
What's the normal political situation with Redenburg and Drayen? Are they like just both independent cities?
They're just both independent cities. And Redenburg's pretty... Lord Groft is pretty much a bastard, right? He's not above attacking a neighbor if he's having a drought and needs to feed his people.
Okay.
You would know from being in the army there.
Yep. That's good information for me to have. They wouldn't be happy to meet me, and I wouldn't necessarily be happy to meet them.
Alright, I'm back. Thanks, man.
He nods. Well, when you gather your people, and you're ready to start negotiations, just come and find me, and I'll point you in the direction of some of the wagons headed that way. See if I can't get you and your friends a spot with some mercenaries or caravan guards.
That sounds like a good idea, thank you.
He nods. Has a few rounds with you. Maybe chats about old stories of the road. And then leaves you to get ready, or leaves you so that you can head down to the caravans when you're all ready to go. That day you gather what you need and meet back at the inn, preparing to figure out what your plan is for the next couple of days of travel. So when you're all ready to, are you there? Justin, were you trying to talk? I saw you moving your mouth, but didn't hear anything, so I wanted to make sure you weren't muted by mistake. So
no, I was just checking to make sure, because now I wasn't sure.
So yeah, unless anybody has anything else to do, I'm assuming that you'll all gather at the inn at some point after running your errands in order to go speak with the caravans, and try and find one headed south.
Yep.
And I know that Joffrey wanted to be a part of negotiating that.
Mm-hmm. Which actually brings me to my next question.
Yes.
All the wild talent feats got archived.
They did.
Am I good to replace them with whatever I want?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
As an announcement for those of you who are here and in chat, if you are a player, if anything got archived, or if anything got changed by Tasha's, I do stick to the official rules over the whatever's archived. So once it's changed officially, we'll switch to that. Okay.
Okay. So did practice to expert. So I'll have to
make some updates. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Just wanted to let you know.
That's fine. Yeah. Feel free to replace it with whatever makes sense to you.
Awesome. Okay, well then, officially on the stream, I will be picking Prodigy.
Makes sense.
For replacing Practice to Expert.
Makes a lot of sense.
Still working on the one to replace the Wild Talent.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm thinking probably Fey Touched Charisma.
That is fine.
Just because it makes sense.
Oh, nice.
Thematically.
Could I have tried something outside of the research or spellcrafting, I guess, that I was doing?
Yeah, of course.
At the end of, so I would like to seek permission first, but the idea is that I would like to either stone shape or fabricate crystal balls out of the quartz that the tavern is embedded in. So I would see who I should talk to about that.
Well, the tavern is embedded in this thing. There's actually, like I said last time, there's actually not a floor to the tavern. It is built right into the quartz, so that the quartz creates the floor of the tavern itself. But the tavern owner would be the person who you would have to ask if you can take quartz out of the foundations around the building, out of the actual quartz outcropping that it is built onto.
Okay, yeah, so I would try to talk to them if I was able.
Sure. How do you approach them about this? Because the innkeeper is the owner there, and he seems a friendly fellow for sure.
Gemwin would be up front, like it would just be a business proposition.
Okay.
I have access to these abilities. I can turn this resource into this other resource, and you might be able to make a okay penny off of them. And I would just want a small cut. Or, not small, a fair cut, I would say.
Sure.
Math-wise, I think I can work with 5 feet in any direction, so a 5-foot cube. If a crystal ball is going to be like half a foot, I'm already out.
Yeah.
I can make 125 1-foot crystal balls, and it would be what, twice as much for
right,
like half foot.
A typical quartz, gem is 50 gold pieces in value. So, let's see. How big of a, do you need a particular cost-sized crystal ball?
I think we already have one. This is more a utility thing, but then also, yes, like I would want like a 1,000 or 500, something along those lines.
Okay.
My headcanon is like, or my impression is that like a foot wide would be 1,000, and 6 inches would be like 500.
Sounds about right to me. I'm fine with that.
Okay. So I would make however many 1-foot diameter crystal balls that I could fit into a 5-foot cube.
However many 1 foot in diameter. That is math that I am not able to do. I will say that off the bat.
What's the math question?
It's 5 by 5 by 5.
He has he's making a 5-foot cube into
1-foot crystal balls.
Into 1 foot diameter crystal balls. Yes.
Okay, so that's 125.
Okay. That's a ton. That's like way more than I would have thought, but that's awesome if I can pull that off. It's stone, right? It's quartz stone?
Quartz is stone. Quartz is gemstone. Yeah.
It's a mineral, yeah.
It's a mineral.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, 125 bucks.
We just had a bunch of people in chat like answer the question as well. Like a bunch of people just like we're like, yeah.
I mean,
That's way better now.
You could technically make more than that using the same volume, but only 125 1 foot diameter orbs will fit into a 5-foot cube.
Right. Okay.
I could fabricate the dust or whatever's left over into
oh
more.
my god. For a 5-foot cube,
yeah.
I'm gonna say, how many gems do you think you could get out of a 5-foot cube of quartz? If that's probably...
Well, they could just be square then, right? Because you could use the whole volume at that point.
Yeah, you could use the whole
If
volume.
they were roughly square. Yeah.
So I would probably say that the gems are probably like 2 gems. Yes, Naihu. I think that is inaccurate.
At least 2.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to figure out for the cost of the entire block, right? A 5x5 block.
Yeah.
I would say
if the 1 foot crystal balls are 1,000, it comes up to 12,500 for 125 of them.
You could technically make 156 of them.
If I used all the material?
If you used every scrap of material.
Okay. I could fabricate the dust. That was like...
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm mathing.
Let's just stay here and fucking get rich.
How
Hi.
Yeah.
So if there's a okay, so if you can make 125 1 foot diameter crystal balls, I think that you could probably make like 4 gems out of that same 1 foot 1 foot space, maybe.
Yeah.
That same 1 foot space. So yeah, 100 each, right? So like 100 gold. No. 4 gems at 50. It's 200.
Or it would be 8, right? Because they're one foot. Like the same 1 foot space would be 8 of those.
Yeah, it would be 8 of those gems, right? So if it would be 8 of those gems, and the gems would sell for 50 gold apiece, once they were refined and polished, right?
Yeah.
So that would
because
be...
it would be 2 by 2 instead of the one space of the. Is that true? I'm not.
Yeah,
no,
I don't know.
It's my bad. It's actually 8. That's
8 1 foot spaces.
I'm just trying to see how much they would charge you for a 5 foot cube of quartz.
So you're making orbs,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Then you've got 1 foot diameter orbs, and then even if you put 100, you put 25 on the ground, 25 on top. Then you've got the spaces between the orbs, which are actually pretty close to identical in volume as the orbs themselves. That's how you can basically get twice as many out of a 5 foot cube.
Oh, twice as many? I thought it was just like 31.
318
more?
Technically. So it's more than twice as many.
That sounds like way more.
Yeah, that sounds like way more. In any event, I'm gonna say that it's probably gonna cost you. Are you're trying to make these so that they can sell them? Is that the idea, or like you want the raw materials?
Yeah, I don't want the raw materials. I want permission to make the raw materials into crystal balls, or whatever they want, I guess.
That they could sell.
Yeah, and then I would want a what's it called, processing fee or something along those lines.
Sure.
Like a fair cut, whatever they think is fair too. Because I'm not that.
So if they're gonna sell the crystal balls for, you were suggesting they sell the crystal balls for what, 100 gold each?
1,000. If they were a foot wide, 1,000. Oh, and then also I would want one, just one to keep.
One of them to
and
keep. That's fine. And you're telling them they should sell them for 1,000 gold apiece. These refined quartz crystal balls.
Yeah.
Okay. For doing this, it would work. They're willing to do like a consignment type situation where you will get a profit, or you'll get a profit margin, right? You'll get a percentage of the profits that they make off of selling these. For each one they sell. If you do a 5-foot cube, that will work for them. And for each one that they sell, what is the profit margin? What is the profit you're looking to make off of that? What percentage of the sale?
Not a lot. Between like 10 and 20.
All right, they'll do
I feel
20.
That's probably a lot as it is. Okay.
We'll do 20. Okay, so you'll get 20% of every one sold. So the next time you travel through this town, they will give you whatever, and you get to keep one, of course.
The other thing is I can do this more than once with Fabricate, or Stone Shape, rather. I have 2 spell slots.
Okay.
So I could do it up to 6 times over the course of those 3 days.
Okay.
If they have the material.
They do have
flood the market, man.
They have the material, but they don't know if there will be demand for like 1,800 crystal balls.
I will also offer to move them and to talk to the caravans about taking some, just so they would have to cut other people in, but it's, I don't know, that's business.
Don't forget, it's just one day that we're actually at the
Yeah,
place.
you are.
The other
It
2
is one
days
day.
will be
He
traveling.
can. Yeah, you're there for one day. The other 2 days of downtime that I talked about are going to be the 2 days that it takes you to travel to the next town.
Oh, okay, so I can only do it twice.
So you can do it twice. So, they will start with 1 5-foot cube worth of crystal balls and see how they move. Okay? So,
yeah. It is a lot, 125.
It is a lot. You and I can discuss the amount of them that were taken by the caravans and how much money you make off of that outside of game time. For now, we'll say it is some amount, and that you will receive more money when you come back through this way, as long as you have officially somehow, prepared a contract of some kind. Do you just have have you installed just like a printer inside of Gemwin's chest so that he can spit out contracts?
I must be able to do something like that. Let me check my spells.
Sounds like a dial-up tone or a fax machine.
Yeah. Yeah, the dial-up screech.
Yeah.
Creative use of spells for money making.
Yeah, I'm all about it. I will take that one crystal that they gave me to cure though. Oh yeah.
Let me double check something real quick.
Actually, I'm gonna check components too, because there probably is in that bad boy.
It takes 10 minutes to cast. You convert raw material into products of the same material. For example, you can fabricate a wooden bridge from a clump of trees, a rope from a patch of hemp.
This is Stone Shape.
This is Stone Shape. Okay.
Yeah. I think technically Fabricate would work if it was the loose stuff left over.
Right.
Even if Stone Shape.
Okay, Stone Shape. Yeah. It is 1 action. You touch a stone object of medium size or smaller, or a section of stone no more than 5 feet in any dimension, and form it into any shape that suits your purpose. So, for example, you could shape a large rock into a weapon, idol, or coffer, or make a small passage through a wall, as long as the wall is less than 5 feet thick. You could also shape a stone door or its frame to seal the door shut. The object you create can have up to 2 hinges and a latch, but finer mechanical detail isn't possible. So the thing I'm wondering is shape, it says shape, not shapes. Yeah. So
I'll just connect all the orbs. So they'll have to be broken apart, which is risky, and I think would end up yielding
some.
fewer than. Yeah, exactly.
So I get what you're
but
saying. You're shaping the one block of stone into 1 foot diameter orbs that are connected to each other and would have to
Yes.
be broken and polished, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So you would then have to work them, which would take... It's one action to shape it, and then it's probably like a few hours of work to actually do that.
I just imagine his casting of the spell is just him like waving his hand over it and lasers shooting out like CNC.
Oh yeah, like a CMC or whatever.
Jim with big.
Yeah. So. I don't think there's any way around that either. I don't know if there's a way that I could split them neatly.
1,000
So it would have to be that.
quarters with a single fucking cast. Jesus Christ on a pogo stick.
Wizards, baby.
5e is broken.
So
5e wizards
again,
are
so here's the thing.
broken.
You have to break apart the orbs, polish them into orb shape. They have to sell. And then you're getting 20% of whatever they sell for. Okay?
Yeah.
And
After that,
you're not getting it all right now, right? They have to sell them first, and then you get the profit, right? You get your percentage from that.
In a town that's not like metropolitan or busy or whatever. Like
Still a trade route. That it will.
Oh yeah.
It's on a trade route, and people have to want them, right? That's the thing, right?
That's the big problem.
Yeah. People have to be willing. People have to be willing to like spend 1,000 gold for a quartz crystal orb, right? Like that's on a trade route. So like,
that's super specific too. Like that's gonna be like just clerics and whoever else, like whoever can scry.
right. So like, there's a market for it.
flooded
It
the
can be
market.
used, right? But like, are you going to sell 125 of them in a reasonable period of time? Maybe.
If that's how many are left after they're processed fully.
Right.
You know,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying this because like this again, using a spell to mass produce crystal balls is like not necessarily as easy as it sounds, and it's
No.
not as necessarily as profitable as it sounds.
that also begs the question: due to the economics required for the spell scrying, if you flood the market and nobody's crystal balls are worth anything anymore, can anyone cast scrying?
Right, because they have to be worth at least 100
They have
gold,
to be worth 1,000 gold.
Oh wow.
or they have to be worth 1,000
The
gold.
market's
So
flooded, nobody's crystal
They're gonna have to
balls-
get bigger to work.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
God.
this
That
is the
a good
most.
question.
This is what D&D is now. Is this what D&D is now?
Wouldn't that be the
It's turned
most?
into the
Wouldn't that be
fucking
the most
stock market.
meta way? Wouldn't that be the most meta way to prevent people from hanging on? Just by
It would
collapsing
be.
the crystal. Just by
Yeah,
collapsing
despite
The
the spirit
economics of
it.
spellcasting.
Yeah.
That's what D&D has become right now. The economics of spellcasting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a conversation for chat. Let's move on.
Yeah, pretty much.
let's move on, okay? We've just
I'm just
spent
gonna
20
apologize
minutes
for
talking
that.
about how flooding the market with crystal balls would
We've been
impact
preparing-
spellcasting.
We've been preparing to leave this town for a couple of hours, if you also include the game time from last time we played, and we haven't actually left yet.
Yes. You all gather together at the inn and head down to speak with the caravans. Wow, I just switched over to my notes. Asger has lined up a couple of caravans that are going south that he can introduce you to. One is one of the caravans is transporting mostly foodstuffs south to Reddenburg itself, hoping to make a decent profit off of the current drought situation there. The other is transporting transporting dwarven-made weapons and armor that have been ordered by the city of Drayen. And they are traveling from Drakengard Keep with this. In any event, you can go with either. The caravan loaded with weapons already has a number of guards, and so it is going all the way to Drayen, but it is offering maybe a little less per day in pay. The one going to Redenburg only has 1 or 2 caravan guards at the moment, and so they're offering a little more in pay because it's not spread across a number of people already. But it is only going as far as Redenburg, and then you would have to find another route or break off with it.
Would we have to go with them to Redenburg, or could we leave them at that crossroads?
You could leave them at the crossroads, but again, it would affect the amount they're willing to pay.
Where on your map did it show that we need to go in the forest, or did we have an idea?
Yeah, I can point to where on the forest.
There was a marker that appeared.
Yeah.
To Vargan.
There.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a preference?
Um.
I'm feeling Redenburg, just for the money.
Well, with the mention of Redenburg, Vargan will impart some of the information that he's gleaned from the town's records about the Warforged company that were based in Redenburg Fortress that fought the hordes of undead before. It might be worth just having a quick look in there to see if they can discover anything else about what might be instrumental in defeating any large numbers of undead.
Aren't we kind of in a hurry, though? I mean, that's a pretty big out of the way from the crossroads to Redenburg and back.
Oh yeah, we're trying to get to Coriol.
Yes.
But we're just taking advantage of the caravans going that way. Okay, yeah.
I'm simply giving you the 2 options of which 2 caravans are going south that you would want to see which ones you would want to speak to.
Alright, so one's going to Redenburg and the other one you said was going to...
Is going to Drayen. One is transporting food to Redenburg, the other is transporting arms and armor to Drayen. The one's transporting arms and armor to Drayen already has a force of caravan guard. They would hire more, considering the situation that has been rumored going on in that direction, now that they've talked to other... Like, Asger has kind of talked up the fact that, hey, there are hobgoblin raids down that way, and apparently there's an army moving towards Drayen right now that you might have to, like, transport these things through, and they may try to confiscate them, and so they are willing to hire more guards. But the amount that you get paid for each might be different. Basically, the food going to Redenburg is planning on gouging Redenburg for the cost of food, considering they're in a major drought, and so
Joffrey would like to meet with the caravan leader of the food delivery.
The Redenburg one?
Mm-hmm. The Redenburg one.
What does everybody else want to do?
Being the history buff that he is, Vargan will comment to the others about how arms and armor are all well and good, but from what he's read, wars are often won and lost by the food and supplies.
Well,
if Redenburg Fortress falls to starvation, as it's already in dire straits at the moment, it'll leave the area in a much weaker position.
You mean to say you wish to make sure that caravan gets there?
I think that any bands which are currently hitting the caravans are less likely to hit a heavily armed and armoured caravan and will go for the weaker targets. And food is a prime target.
I believe you're
I'm
correct.
all for helping people, but Jeffrey, just 2 days ago, you were freaking out about going after this Death Knight, like on double time, and now we're just going to go off on a fact-finding mission. I say we take the Reddenburg to the crossroads, leave them there, and double time it to the forest to catch up to the knight as soon as possible.
Yeah.
I
Because
actually
we might
agree.
be able
The
to
knight isn't
do it.
going to the
I
forest.
didn't say shit about. I didn't say shit about. We have.
All right.
The way that we're going now, we are
He
not.
said that he. I got this. Give me a second. All right, Vargan. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
Caliph, listen to me. We are far enough behind that we're far enough behind the Death Knight currently that right now our best bet of disrupting whatever plans they have is following this map to the oh god,
Coriol Forest.
That's
We're
what
already.
That's
right.
what I said we should do.
we are in agreement. I never suggested. I said right. I think that we should talk to the Reddenburg group, because they will pay more for the security we will provide on the.
So, if I'm hearing this correctly, Joffrey's initial comment was, I want to speak to the caravan going to Reddenburg. And Vargan's point was, that is going to be a prime target because it is less protected and food is a much more needed commodity in that area at the moment. And Calith's point was, we should only go as far as the crossroads and let them travel the rest of the way to Reddenburg because we have places to be, and that's south in Coriol. Is that basically everything that has been said so far?
Vargan would counter that with the fact that they now have time because they're not blindly following the Death Knight. They are making their own plans, of which the Death Knight is going to be on the side of the country.
Yeah.
All of these plans ultimately lead to the Death Knight, regardless.
So,
though I do agree that the smart play, because of Reddenburg's location, if we've got a map, right?
Yes, you have a map. You have a map. Vargan has the map.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Considering geographically the difficulty of assailing a position like Reddenburg on the crossroads, taking them there should be all that's needed. We can then get our payment and part ways and head towards the Coriol Forest.
Corin chimes in. If we take them only to the crossroads, then who's going to protect them the rest of the way to Reddenburg? I mean,
Vargan.
What if they don't take that deal? What if they want to hire? What if they're only willing to hire people who are going to take them all the way?
What does the mercenary situation?
What's that?
What does the merc situation in the town look?
Okay, I guess from a layman's, how viable negotiating position are we in with this caravan?
Well, they were about to leave and they don't have a guard, so
Correct.
probably pretty high.
Yeah,
probably
so
pretty slim.
probably
So they'll probably take whatever guarding they can take.
sure.
Out of desperation, but yeah.
Right.
Exactly. And if they're really that concerned about it, I suppose one or two of us can accompany them that can move faster than the others while we continue. How long a journey is it from the crossroads?
From
We're
where
talking about these crossroads, right?
Yes. From that
Yeah,
point,
from
that point
crossroads
to Reddenburg,
Reddenburg.
it is a day's
2
travel.
days. A day. So it'd be
Right.
2 days of there, or
Yeah,
I will
maybe
say-
2 days with
Well,
traveling
it's-
into the mountains, right?
I know for a fact it's 3 days from Ridgeford to Reddenburg.
It is 3 days from Ridgeford to Reddenburg. Yes. So if you there is a road.
I'd say day and a half.
There is a road from Ridgeford to Reddenburg that goes through the mountains themselves. That takes 3 days. Taking this road that goes through the hills and back over. 1, 2. It would be 2 days from this crossroads to Reddenburg because of the mountainous terrain closer to the city. So, from where you are,
both Kerr and I can polymorph. So if one of us goes with whoever goes to Reddenburg, however many people go to Reddenburg, we could also fly, so we could cut a lot of that time down.
Only lasts for an hour.
Right, I forget that. Which one doesn't?
Do we know about the trail from Ridgeford to Reddenburg? Because it might just be faster to go from this crossroads to Ridgeford, cut through that path towards Reddenburg, then head from there to Coriol.
That is their plan.
Would now be an appropriate time to test my luck and
Sure.
reach into my bag
do
of
it.
tricks?
Do it.
All right.
well, yeah. With that road, we're probably better off just taking them all the way there.
Yeah.
Equipment.
While he's doing that, can I try to fabricate the cart into a armored truck? Can we do the math on that?
No, I mean, I could, but do you guys really want me to?
No. I feel so bad for bringing that much math into it.
All right, how do I connect the
I would
dots
like an
here?
Excel spreadsheet with profit and loss statement broken down with exactly how much each cube can generate.
Yes! Made it.
Okay,
Yeah.
at this point,
Nailed it.
18. Okay. Yes. So here is what you find. Traveling from where you are to Ridgeford is going to take 2 days. Traveling from Ridgeford to Reddenburg, going the main roads, which actually they were planning to take, the main roads from Ridgeford to Reddenburg, because of the rumors of hobgoblin attacks. It would normally take them 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say it would take 5 days with a caravan to get from Ridgeford to Reddenburg the long way. Taking the path through the mountains, it will take half that time to get from Ridgeford to Reddenburg. And then you can go your separate way if you lead them down that path.
Which puts us in the prime bargaining position
of knowing a shortcut.
Of knowing a shortcut.
Yes.
And we can also secure transport the entire way. How does that work, Alice? We not only cut our own travel time, but we also help these people. And by these people, I mean the people in Reddenburg that are currently starving.
And the caravan for being easy targets.
I don't care about the caravan.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay.
So mercenary.
Okay.
Very well. I'm headed to go meet with the caravan leader. If any of you would like to join.
Asger has mentioned that he's put a good word in for all of you with both of these caravans, so that whichever one you spoke to, you already have a good shot at being hired one way or another. So they are looking favorably at this conversation.
Wonderful.
So you are...
Zemun will tag along.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gal will go with too.
Yep. I guess we're all going along. Apart from possibly...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll all go along.
Is that the royal we?
That is the Kerr way.
Could always do.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You go and approach the caravan. It is headed by a... let's see. A middle-aged woman is the head of the caravan. Her name is Alice Woodleaf, and Asger kind of introduces you to her as you walk up. She has like short, straight, teal hair and brown eyes. She's about 5 feet tall. And she gives you a very patient look over at all of you who walk up.
Good evening, madam. Wait, what time of day is it?
It's probably evening, because the caravans wouldn't be leaving until dawn.
Joffrey gives a big, extravagant sort of, not really a bow, just like a flourish as he enters her tent or whatever sort of abode she's currently staying in. Caravan leader, maybe a yurt.
She has like a wagon, like a wooden wagon that is her home. That's the head of the caravan.
Yeah, he gives a flourish as he enters. Good evening, madam. My associates and I have heard that you require... We have come to offer our services.
She's playing with a necklace that she's wearing as she like kind of gives you the once over, and the necklace has like a charm that is the holy symbol of all 8. Actually, there's 9 holy symbols of it on it, of the gods of the Valkyrian Empire +1, the Valkyrian Pantheon +1. She offers a hand.
Recognize the ninth.
What's that?
Do I recognize the ninth?
Give me a religion check.
Ooh. Oh no.
No.
No,
you do
I
not.
don't.
You do not.
That's fine.
She holds her hand out confidently and shakes it. She has a strong grip when you trade grips with her. Rough hands that have seen work and travel. She's got a dark complexion but bright eyes that are very, very intelligent. observant. You're the ones Asga told me about.
Indeed we are. Oh, sorry. Indeed we are.
You must be Caliph, she says, looking at Caliph. As described. Asga tells me that you all have experience.
Ah, yes. We're quite experienced. Oh, you mean as bodyguards? No, not a ton of that. But we can all handle ourselves in a fight.
Yes, I spent about a year guarding caravans on the road from Reddenburg to Riverdam to Twyland and to the south.
So you know the roadways.
Yes.
And I, Bargain holds up the map.
Slap it. Shut the fuck up.
What's the matter? Don't you want her to know that we know a shortcut?
Shut the fuck up.
You have a shortcut.
Get outside, Vargan.
Well,
Vargan just looks at you, confused.
Please.
Did I do something wrong?
No, but damn it, let me explain later. We've come to talk
Perhaps
about
you should have
our
explained
plan.
before if you didn't want me to make such an error. You knew I had the shortcut.
Listen,
so you have experience. Asga vouches for you, and you have a shortcut. Just
I don't know what you're talking about.
what is your asking price?
Let's see. Well, considering that the area is reportedly fraught with hobgoblins, on our travels there, as well as 300 gold pieces apiece once we arrive.
Wait, how much to start and how much on arrival?
300 on arrival per, and 10 gold pieces ahead.
You want 300 gold pieces each.
Correct.
Well, I might as well just give you my cargo and go slit my throat.
Then you wouldn't be able to sell anything, and you'd be out all your money anyway.
That's the point I was making. I'm glad that you arrived to it so quickly.
Yes. The thing is that you could do that and fail all of your men and not deliver any cargo.
You think I'm going to deliver all this cargo and have enough to pay, and she counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you, 300 gold apiece, before selling anything I take to Ridgefoot, or to take to Reddenburg?
No, that was just the beginning price. We were going to...
Okay, let's start with the real beginning price. Caravan guards earn 2 gold a day, typically. Can you explain to me why I should pay for such an extravagant group of caravan guards in this situation?
Because we're stronger than the average caravan.
Pick any number of reasons, really.
Oh, right.
We're stronger than the average caravan guard. We can get you there in approximately half your time, as well as deal with any and all threats you might engage on the way.
Well,
it will be the smoothest ride you've had to ride.
Here's what I will tell you. The average price is 2 gold a day per guard.
But you're not asking for average.
I understand. There are 6 of you. And you say you have a shortcut that will take me half the time. Normally it takes me... Normally it would take me 6 days from here to get to Reddenburg. So that would be 12 gold apiece. That would be 60, 72 gold for the lot of you if you are standard caravan guards. And you're telling me it would take half the time.
Right, Morgan? It'll take half the time, right? Like, he, like, leans over and is like, it's gonna take half the time, right? Like, map's not bullshit.
No, it will definitely take half our time, although I'm slightly confused why you're after more gold. I mean, you got all that gold from before. Surely it'd be a lot easier for us to move faster if you weren't letting down with all that gold.
We need to talk about discretion, you and I, later on.
So, is this another one of these things that you should have told me about before?
Since you're...
I agree with Morgan. I'm happy with standard rates.
I didn't think you would be this bad at just naturally being discreet, Vargan. That's why I didn't bother to mention it.
Since...
I wasn't sorry, I didn't realize that your intent was to rob people.
No, our intent is not to rob people.
I like your friend. Since you're willing to cut down my time in half, and you are a, as you say, specialized group that can give me, quote, the smoothest ride ever, I am willing to double the price I would normally pay for caravan guards headed to Reddenburg Fortress. Which means
pay for the full 12 days.
And pay for the full 12 days.
days.
Pay for the full 6 days, yes. I will pay for the full 6 days of travel regardless of how long it takes us. And I will pay you 4 gold a day for the entire 6 days each. But I certainly am not paying you each 10 gold up front and then 300 apiece upon arrival when I likely will only sell my goods for half that amount once I get there.
Why is that exactly, do you suppose?
Because maybe you're wildly out of touch with how much things sell for, but...
Well, you have no idea.
I'll kind of step in here at this point, and I'm assuming that from what she's saying, she's given us a pretty good deal, right, from my past experience?
Yes.
Yeah. Joffrey, I don't know, you might have done this before, but what she's offering us is more than fair.
Right. We're no longer negotiating. Now I'm trying to figure out what exactly we're getting ourselves into. And what is expected of us. Working out the minutiae of the contract, as you will.
I'm sorry?
I'll explain to him what a caravan guard's duties are.
Yeah, okay.
We're not regular caravan guards, Caliph.
What's that?
We're not typical caravan guards. I'm trying to figure out what exactly she plans to do with the goods once she arrives there. Why is it that she's not convinced she can sell her goods for a decent price?
I didn't say I couldn't sell my goods for a decent price. I have... You understand that a pound of flour sells for 2 copper. A pound of salt sells for 5 copper. I'm carrying foodstuffs, my friend. And though I may be able to get double the normal price, I'm certainly not going to make as much as you think you're going to make.
Is there a way that you can transport water as well? As I understand it, that area is going through...
Of course I'm transporting water as well. But again, how much do you expect that I can sell water for?
In a drought?
Joffrey, it's not our business anyway. We're hiring out to be guards. The goods are hers to do with what she wills when she gets there. If you want to enter into a business deal with her, that's a different story.
The point she's trying to make to you...
My curiosity is piqued.
The point she's trying to make to you is she's not transporting things that are going to... Like, even if she's price gouging them and selling goods at twice the price. And she has...
Or even 4 times the price.
Or even 4 times the price.
One
if
of
she's...
the prices that you're recommending.
Yeah.
I don't know the Okay, OOC, I don't know the quantity. If it's a caravan, I'm imagining over 12 carts laden with goods, which would easily net the price I was asking for, is what I was getting at. I don't know the size of the caravan.
Sure. Let's say she's transporting... Let's say she's transporting 1,000 pounds of flour. Okay? Let's say she's transporting 1,000 pounds of flour. That's 2,000 copper, which... That's 2,000 copper normally.
It's 20 gold.
Is what?
Nobody transports... That's 20 gold. Nobody transports that quantity.
Yeah.
Not when... Alright, but like...
Yeah. If she price gouges them and sells it for 4 times the price, that's still...
Right, but I was saying, I don't know what size...
What's that?
1,000 pounds of flour is not actually that much.
I'm looking...
The sizes you buy at a grocery store, is 2 pounds.
Okay, I'm looking at the goods and services charts for... I'm telling you how much everything is worth. This entire episode so far is hilarious.
It's about economics.
Yes.
But what I'm not disputing the cost of her goods. I was assuming she had a significant quantity.
Okay.
If I'm wrong about the quantity, then this whole
Sure. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying to you is that the average trader, okay, who is making a modest living, is maybe making a gold a day. Okay, adventurers make 300 gold for a single job. The average tradesperson is living off a gold a day or less. So transporting a caravan and making a profit of 100 gold will
it's like a payday.
That's like that one person would live off that 100 gold for 100 days. That's the difference between adventurers and the normal people of the world.
I've got no problem with that.
Sure.
Okay. I didn't know the quality of merchant we were, 2 the level of wealth that they exhibited, because they're offering to hire mercenaries.
Yes, they're offering to hire mercenary caravan guards that typically get paid 2 gold a day.
Right.
So
I didn't read the book, so I didn't know what the average service cost.
That's fine. That's fine. I get it. I'm just kind of explaining to you what you were asking for versus the reality of the situation.
The cost isn't the problem anymore. All right, I was asking about what she plans to.
What she plans to what?
What she was planning to do when she gets there.
Oh, well, sell her goods, of course, for as much as she can.
And does she plan on picking up anything while she's there?
Once we're there, our business is concluded.
Otherwise, she's losing out on the return.
Well, of course. I mean, she knows her job.
Right, obviously. But I was asking what she planned. What I wanted to ask, what I was trying to get around to, eventually, is what is there of value in Reddenburg that they are currently selling? It is a city-state at war, in a drought. What the fuck are they selling?
Who cares?
Yes.
I do. That's why I asked.
She's going there to sell food to a place that does food and water to a place that is lacking food and water for as much money as she possibly can. Once she's done, she is going to pick up her caravan, and if there's anything worth transporting, she is going to do that. That is her plan. She's hiring you for the journey there. Once she gets there, she will figure out her next step. But but unloading these goods is her primary goal right now. She has 4 wagons laden with goods that she plans to unload once she gets there.
Excellent. So we're in agreement then.
Yes.
I love you, man.
I love you too.
Yeah, that was Callison who cares, not me, by the way.
Yeah. Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Yes.
'Cause, I mean,
Joffrey
it's
asked her. Joffrey
who
asked
cares?
her, "What do you plan to do when you get there?" And Khalith said, "Who cares?"
Right. All right. When they get out of the yurt after the contract is signed and the agreement, he's going to say, "When I was here, slavery was not unheard of. I did not want us to be escorting potential slaves to a impoverished city-state. I hope you understand, Caliph."
I certainly didn't understand that during the negotiation. All I knew
Because
was that from
you don't just come out and call somebody slave.
If you don't mind, I need to get some water. So we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Yes.
Yeah, I need a bio break.
I need a break to restart my brain after all this ridiculous math. We'll be right back.
Yeah. You know what? Don't tempt me.
We are back. If we were ever really here to begin with. You have negotiated a price with Alice Woodleaf and her caravan of trade goods heading south to Ridgeford and then Reddenburg, and then from there you will travel to. You will part ways, and your plan is to travel to Coriol Forest. Am I correct in that? Just give me a yes or no if that is the plan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Amen.
Can I roll to file my W-2 before we do that?
Yes. It is going to be a intelligence plus history roll. You have disadvantage because you've never filed taxes before.
I will assist because I'm proficient in history.
Good. And then we'll have to add in a D4 for guidance. I'm sure there's somebody that can give you a inspiration die somewhere, and I'm sure there's other mathematical numbers that we can add in there in some way, shape, or form. In any event, you hit the road the following morning, bright and early. Traveling through the hillsides that lead towards these towns and cities. You get to know Alice and her tradesmen a little bit over the first day. She's obstinate but patient. Not easily moved from her path or her thought, but she will sit and listen. She will sit and observe, and she will sit and contemplate. You've noticed that her trinkets, that she will play with her necklace of holy symbols when she is contemplating a decision. And as you've shared the shortcut with her over the first leg of the journey, she has continued to touch the one particular trinket on her necklace that Joffrey was unable to identify.
Since it's such a prominent thing, would I be able to attempt to recognize it?
Yeah, you can give me a history roll as well, or a religion roll. I'm sorry, religion.
I was going to say, like, that's. I mean, I wouldn't mind a history roll because obviously
it is
larger bonus, but
yeah, it's religion. I misspoke. No, you are unaware of. You've never seen that holy symbol before.
Alright, well, during one of the nights, and when it's not my turn for guard duty, I'll ask her about it. I'll comment that I don't recognise the symbol and she can tell me about it.
Sure. You are all kind of around the campfire. There are the 6 of you. There are 2 other caravan guards who keep to themselves mostly. They travel on a couple of the wagons with the drivers. There's her husband. There's the drivers of the other wagons. And there's even their families and children that travel with them. She sits at the head of the fire. Someone is playing some music. And the fire crackles and sends these little bits of flame into the air, embers that kind of travel on the wind. And the flames reflect on the necklace as she sits there and plays with it. She tells you that it is the holy symbol of Celisana. Celisana is she's the goddess of travel, long forgotten. The Empire didn't see fit to include her in their little pantheon.
Quite ironic in a tragic way. The goddess of travel being lost. Vargan is actually being, while his words may seem somewhat flippant, his demeanour is sincere.
She smiles when you say that. A lot has been lost, but I think she still knows the roads that she follows. At least, she's never led me down the wrong path.
Vargan just nods and accepts her words. He will scribble down the name of the goddess and do a little doodle of the symbol for future reference.
Yeah, it is a harp with or like a lyre or a harp with vines around it.
Judging by the vines, is this an elven goddess, perhaps? Or is that just coincidental? Vargan is asking.
She says to you, well, I just know a story from the one who I purchased this off of some ages ago. But from what I'm to understand, she is who she needs to be to each traveler on the road. So, to you, she may be a blue-skinned whatever you are. I'm sorry if that came out rude.
Not at all. My species is not very well known in these parts. In fact, I've not seen any in these parts apart from my own kin.
I've not seen one of you.
We are called Vedelkin. We are a amphibious species, hence probably why you've not seen much of us.
What part of the world do you hail from?
I was actually born near Drayden. My family do not speak too much of where we were from originally, or where they were from, I should say.
Oh. I would be interested in learning more. I I've met a lot of different folks on the road, and everyone has a story. So if I've also noticed that the ones who are the most tight-lipped about their past tend to have the most interesting stories once you get them to open up.
I'm still quite young, so I have much to learn about these things. Most of what I know comes from a book.
Never took much stock in books. Most of what I've learned comes from the road.
There is wisdom in both, I feel. I have learned one thing, and that is never to believe everything you read.
Ah, and you'd be good not to believe everything you hear either. The time on the road passes, the first day at least, without incident. And you stick primarily to the main highway. The second day, there are firelights seen off in the distance, up in the mountains, far in the distance, not near where you are, but enough of them that it would give pause or significance that there is some point of civilization up in the peaks. Just this distant spot of light. Maybe, well, more time than it would take to investigate and get back before the caravan left in the morning.
I will make note of roughly where I think it is.
Okay. As you continue the journey, you pull into a town on the second day. The town is surrounded by a wooden palisades. Around this town, you can see the evidence of recently deforested trees. And the palisade looks fairly fresh. The points at the top of this wooden wall still have that, still have the color of timber and not that graying, dried look. The dirt around this wall is packed, but you can see signs that this wall probably isn't more than a few weeks in the making. Overlooking this town on a granite outcropping is a wooden hall. The wooden hall has prominent shields displayed all along the outside of it, and especially on the front of it. And the symbol of Morrigan sits over the doors of this hall. In the center of town, you can see towering above this palisades is an old keep. The keep looks a little worse for wear. the crenellation is cracked and crumbling. The doors to this wall are open, and you have reached the town of Ridgeford. Alice informs you all that you'll be spending the night here, that you can feel free to take rooms at the inn if that's what you so desire, but that her and her folk will stay with the caravan. There's a inn in the town of Ridgeford, and the name of it is not there. It is the Broken Axe. The people moving through the town in the evening when you arrive are coming from the nearby hills back into town. Quite a number of them. Their faces are smudged and dirty. They wear tin helmets, carry shovels and picks.
Did I have a town hall or a mayor's office or guard post, whatever?
Yeah. Again, the doors to the town are open. There's not a town hall. Like I said, there's this Hall of Morgan up on this ridge at the one point of town that kind of overlooks the rest of it, and then there's the old keep in the middle of the town. That is
right.
And as you get into the town and actually start taking a decent look at it, you can see that it is in fact it could be a functional keep, but it is also very old and in disrepair.
Poorly maintained.
Yeah.
Okay. Vargan will express his desire to sleep with the rest of the caravan, since they are paying him. But we'll go and explore a little bit. He'll go up to the Hall of Morrigan and see what there is up there.
What is everybody else doing upon your arrival in town?
Is there like Oh, go ahead.
Kerr is going to rent a room and continue making pamphlets.
Kerr, tell me about these pamphlets.
Oh, that's why I bought all of the paper earlier. Now I'm just folding them up and writing in them about just a little bit about the many-voiced God and the tenets and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The inn, the Broken Axe. When you walk in, there is a kind of excitable, middle-aged dwarf who greets you happily when you walk in and introduces himself as Callie. And there is, in fact, a shattered axe hanging over the bar. The Hall of Morrigan bargain is a big wooden hall that has a stone foundation, and when you walk in, it is set up much more like a mead hall than a temple of any kind. Even
Viking
in
style.
what's that? Very
Viking style.
very Viking style. There is a shield and bloody tipped spear over the door of the hall, and when you walk in, the hall is quite empty. There are two doors at the far side of the hall that are open, and you can see stairs leading down. Although that area is also nobody seems to be going towards those doors. I said it was empty. It's not empty. The people there are people in the hall at the tables that are in this hall. They are sitting there, kind of talking hushedly when you walk in. There's a number of townsfolk there at
Is
the
it
tables.
like one of the nice long tables
Oh,
like you
yes.
would see in a mead hall rather
Yes.
than separate tables? Yeah.
Absolutely, that's exactly what you find.
Okay.
What is the rest of the party doing upon entering the town?
I'd be looking for a component shop, spell shop, that sort of thing.
Sure. There's the closest thing you can find is a general goods and apothecary in the town.
What's the state of it? Like, how does it look like it's doing in terms of business, I guess? Like, is it just a little shop, like brick, hole in the wall, brick and mortar?
It's more of a general goods than an apothecary. I'll say that.
Probably not. Probably not in the market for crystal balls.
Yes.
That's okay. Yeah,
It's not the It's
and
not
then the other-
a little hole in the wall. It's a village store, right? Like it's a
But it's busy for its general goods and not its
correct.
magical
Yes.
goods. Okay. And then you said the ramparts of one part of the wall are in disrepair.
Of the fortress itself, the one, or not the fortress. There's a keep in the middle of the town. It's just kind of this tall. It is this tall keep that is not very. It's not like a castle, right? It's just kind of this tall square keep that's maybe a couple stories tall. The crenellation is just breaking and old, cracking. There's a lot of cracks in the building. What is everybody's passive perception, by the way?
I think mine's like 12.
It's a whopping 11.
15.
14.
10. I think I was muted.
Okay. Callus is 15, huh?
Yep.
Okay. There are some things you notice. The foundations of a lot of these buildings, as you're walking around, are blackened in places. And there are, like, as you're walking through the center of town with the caravan, you can see that there's a lot of there are signs of recent repairs to almost every building, or like completely new walls that are, or completely new roofs to these buildings. But you can also see in the older parts just these signs of scorches, or you can see the signs of deep cuts. In some of the wood.
Seems like this town has seen better days. Probably wouldn't say anything to anyone right away, but I would go to the general goods store as well and ask some of the, like the shopkeeper, or maybe somebody at the blacksmiths or something, what happened in some of the other caravan guards.
Okay.
What, inquire about the road ahead and what happened in the town.
Sure. Joffrey, what are you doing?
You're muted, by the way.
Joffrey. Yeah, I know. Joffrey is roaming the town, looking for people to offer help to. At least this place is in the process of rebuilding, right?
It looks like it has been rebuilt recently. I will say that.
Okay.
Okay. And the people in the town, like I said, there's a lot of people coming back from the hills that are carrying mining equipment and covered in like sooty, black sooty dust, and a lot of them are funneling into the Hall of Morgan, where Vargan has gone. Gemwin.
Okay, then we'll be going to the.
Go ahead.
We'll be going to the tavern to overhear rumors or try to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that sort of thing.
Joffrey and Kerr have gone to the tavern, to the Broken Axe. Gemwin and Caliph have gone to the general goods store, and Vargan is in the Hall of Morgan. Caliph and Gemwin, or both of you notice right away that you've asked how this place is. I will tell you that it is. The shelves are sparse here. There are not a lot of goods available. Most of them, what is available are recent stock, or recent stock of food goods, I would say. Probably bought from traders passing through.
I'm just trying to think if there's any way Gemma can help, but I think all my spells are... I don't have, like, create food and water or anything.
Sure. You haven't seen signs of the drought here in Ridgeford. That's one thing. The grass is lush, and the stumps of the trees that you passed by that were cut down, looked like they could have gone on growing for quite a while if they hadn't been felled. So, Caliph, heading into the general goods and talking to some of the people shopping in there, you're asking about what's gone on recently with the town. They tell you that the town was raided by a hobgoblin warband about a month ago. That the town pulled together and did the best they could to repair and put these walls up around the town, but that about a month ago, most of the town was on fire. A lot of buildings had burned to the ground, destroyed, and that the hobgoblins took every ounce of wealth or food that wasn't nailed down and took it away with them. That the hobgoblins came with a huge flying stone creature that led them. Joffrey, if you're asking about rumors in the inn, Callie will tell you similar things about this. The people tell you that if it wasn't for Kolok's crushers, the town would have been completely destroyed.
Kolok's Crushers. What a ridiculous name. Are they some mercenary group?
Oh.
I bet they had a dashing war.
Callie will, serving the two of you a round of drinks, nods when you ask if they were mercenaries. In the general goods store, people are paying attention to Gemwin. Cal, if you can pick up on this as they're telling you this story of what happened, you can see eyes darting towards Gemwin with curiosity. They're not darting towards Gemwin with like any kind of anything negative. It's all hopeful curiosity. At the hall, Vargan, as I said, there are people who are already there, sat at these long tables, and then there are those who are coming in from the mines, who have come in and started sitting at the table as well, and getting mead passed to all of them. The person passing out the mead is a tall, blonde woman with tightly braided hair. The braid falls down her back. She is wearing priestess's vestments, over tightly woven chainmail, like these very intricately woven together, very small chainmail rings that creates a very neat and orderly pattern throughout the chainmail. She carries a scabbard at her side with a sword that has the hilt of the sword has eagle's wings carved into it and is made out of some kind of silvery metal. The pommel of the sword is the head of an eagle. The eyes are gemmed, and the pommel is made out of the same silvery material. The handle of this blade is a two-handed handle in a longsword's scabbard. This is clearly a two-handed sword, and the pommel and the handle of the blade itself look weighted to balance a sword that would be far larger than what would be in this longsword's scabbard. It seems strange. It's noticeable to a warrior's eye. The black leather of this sword handle, is in perfect condition, oiled, and inlaid with gold filigree. It's very noticeable and prominent. And she is, though she seems She has a pendant of Morrigan hanging around her neck, on the breast of her priest vestments, and her face is handsome, squared, strong, and has a few light scars in places, showing that this woman has seen battle before. She seems to be a figure of authority. Everyone defers to her, and yet she is the one serving mead to the men and women of the town who have come in.
She is protector and caregiver.
Yes. And this is the town that you have found yourselves in for the night. The town of Ridgeford.
I will, after entering and taking all this in, I will stand to one side, out of the way, so people can freely go and exit. I'm not blocking the way or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I will wait patiently to be addressed.
Okay. As you look around, the high up on the walls, you see various banners and shields, all throughout this hall, representing different battles. Some of which, from your knowledge of history, you know. There's a battle of the pass that took place against the orcs, that you see a banner that was carried during that battle. You see another banner that was the banner and shield of the Eagle Legion, which you had heard about. You had just recently read about, so it is fresh in your mind. And various other banners and shields of battles and victories that you have heard of in the past.
I will look for... I'm going to specifically look to see if there is any banner or symbol that is reminiscent of the orcs down in the Forgotten Tomb. Or temple or whatever it was.
There is not one that belongs to those orcs, no.
Okay.
Eventually, the priestess comes up to you.
As she comes up, I will meet her eyes and give a slight, a courteous sort of nod bow.
Can I help you, stranger?
My name is Vargan. I am serving as a guard for a caravan just passing through on its way to Redinburgh Fort, the Redinburgh Fortress. On the way here, I noticed that there seemed to be some sort of large settlement up in the mountains. I thought it prudent, considering the hobgoblins in the area, to inform someone immediately.
I'm aware of it, but it is still appreciated that you would think in such a way.
It is the least I could do. Forgive me for prying. He gestures towards her blade. Does that have anything to do with the Warforged Eagle Legion?
A warrior and a student of history, I see.
I recently learned of it when passing through in the area.
Yes. Yes, it does.
May I ask about the handle? It's while bastard swords and two-handed long swords are not uncommon, it does seem somewhat out of place. My first thought, of course, is it is made for a hand far larger than your own, although I do not wish to assume.
Some questions are not prudent to answer when asked by a stranger. This would be one of them. There is nothing to forgive. Your curiosity is founded and, honestly, respected. You've noticed things that only one familiar with a blade would be able to point out, and only one familiar with the history of war would be knowledgeable of. I am impressed, but nonetheless guarded. Share some mead with us, and perhaps, in getting to know you, I will feel more comfortable answering your questions. But I do not know your mettle or your manner. Give me some time to test both.
I must be off with the caravan in the morning. However, I would be glad to share and share alike.
Mind what you hear, stranger. For what is said in this hall should not leave it this night.
I pledge that you have my confidence.
We shall see. And she motions to a seat and places mead in front of you. The men around you and women around you kind of eye you strangely, having never seen
blue-skinned freak.
a blue-skinned warrior before, but nonetheless, if you've been invited to sit, they give you a guarded welcome.
I introduce myself to the ones immediately around me.
And they will introduce themselves back as well. In the inn, Joffrey, as I said, as Callie delivers a round of drinks to your table, you look around and there are miners and various tradesmen in the inn getting their evening meal, and Callie is zipping around at the at speeds you've never seen a dwarf move, delivering drinks with general jovialness to everyone there. He every time he swings by your table, he gives you a little bit more of the story. Yes, the Crushers. Yes, they're mercenaries. They are indeed. Saved the town. Yeah, quite an interesting little bunch. One of them looked like you, but didn't. Points to Kerr. Same color, but bigger, bulkier.
My species does not get bigger or bulkier.
Like twice your size.
Look over at Joffrey.
Don't
Not
look
one
at
of
me,
me.
friend. Not one of me either.
Anyway, that was Kolak. He's the one in charge, I guess, of their little band. Quite angry, but in any event, what are you two in town for? What are you two in town for?
Passing through as guards for the caravan that stopped by.
Indeed. Oh, well, that's quite good. Caravans need guards these days. So many hobgoblins.
Yes. I noticed your town seems newer. Some of it's in a little bit of the castle itself is in disrepair. What exactly happened? Like, has it happened again recently?
Oh, no. Uh, uh, about a month ago, we were assaulted, destroyed, mostly. Um, although the granary was protected, thank the gods. Otherwise, we'd starve. Um, the the town was attacked by hobgoblins. They stole everything.
And these crushers stopped it.
They did. From what I could tell. Oh, brave Century gave his life. Well, until he didn't.
One of them died. Oh.
We thought he died, but then he got back up after the blue one healed him.
They had another blue one.
Yes, with the horns and everything.
Ah.
Oh, tieflings. Tieflings, they're called.
Oh. All right. Do I know anything about tieflings?
I don't know. Do you? Have you ever met a tiefling?
I don't think so. It's I haven't been around for, so it's not very likely. Most of the people I knew growing up were either half elves or humans. Maybe the occasional dwarf or gnome.
Anyway,
Not too many tieflings or anything like that.
rumor has it that the priestess Horica sent the Crushers on a secret mission, and they haven't returned.
Really? Maybe they're still on it.
Well,
It's possible.
I hope so, because the alternative is, frankly, quite terrifying.
Yes. Have you had any troubles reaching the town of Ridgeford recently? Anything along the route that we should know about?
Well, the roads have gotten quite bad. That's not true. The roads had gotten quite bad, but the road south has been quite a bit clearer as of late. But I think that's because all the towns that could be raided have been raided. However, caravans still need to watch out, especially new ones, because, well, the hobgoblins like to come down from the fortress, they like to come down and take things from people who they shouldn't take things from.
Indeed not. Which fortress?
The one in the mountains. Well, I don't know if it's there. I don't know if it's a real fortress or if it's still there, but the one the stories all tell about.
Ah,
The old stories.
I haven't heard these kinds of stories in forever. You mind regaling me with your tale?
Well, several hundred years ago, there was the Gargoyle Prince. He begins to tell you this tale that sounds much more like a fairy tale than anything possibly real, of a prince who had scorned an elven enchantress and had been transformed into a ghoulish creature, and who secluded himself up in the mountains. But no one's ever found his castle. No one ever has found his keep. No one has ever found this creature. However, he says, when the hobgoblins came, the town was attacked by a giant flying stone thing. We all think that's him.
That's pretty fascinating. And I'd be willing to put pretty good stock in that story. If there's one thing I've learned is that
fairy tales tend to be a little more truthful than you'd imagine.
Well, I'd say I'd believe you. Especially recently.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the drinks and for the riveting tale.
Gemwin.
And
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
oh, he's gonna tip 5 gold pieces.
The dwarf Callie looks at the 5 gold with wide eyes and says, Are you sure, sir? That's quite generous.
Yeah. Well, I've found myself to be pretty far. Spreading around a little generosity never hurt anybody.
Gemwin, you're in the finally as Caliph and Gemwin, as these people are kind of telling you, answering your questions, Caliph, and you see them glancing over at Gemwin. Eventually, one of them, one of them has a small child, maybe 6 or 7, with them, and that child kind of breaks off from the mother while she's speaking to you about what has happened in this town, and he walks right up to Gemwin and looks up at Gemwin and tugs on something or pats your leg or knee to get your attention, Gemwin.
Oh, hello, little one. I scan the room for a parent figure.
Yeah, the parent figure is speaking to Caliph about what happened in this town. And the child...
I just wave at them like, hey, your kid's over here.
The child says...
Just so they know. Yeah.
Are you Century?
Century? As in 100 years?
No, as in the Metal Man.
Oh, is there someone else like me named Century?
I guess so.
That would be no. I guess to answer your first question.
Oh.
I am not. I am Gemwin.
Are you a warrior too, Gemwin?
Of sorts. I have the ability to protect myself and others.
Are you here to protect the town?
If it needs protecting, I would do so. I also have many other tricks. Gemwin will cast light and make the light in their forehead just change colors through the rainbow. 6 seconds for each color.
The child's eyes light up as you do that. Wow. Sentry couldn't do that, if I remember. The priestess protects us, but if the bad things come back, we might need help, and I didn't know if you were here to do that. The last time, someone when Sentry was here, he was here and he kept us safe.
I can't speak for the rest of my companions, but they do seem the type of people to not let suffering go by. I can say that I would do what I could to protect all of you.
He nods and smiles.
Gemwin smiles back.
Thank Morrigan.
Gemwin says thank Morrigan through the smile, not really knowing who that is yet.
After that, his mother kind of bustles over and takes the child's hand, and she says, "I'm so sorry for if he was bothering you."
No, not at all. He had very informed questions. Very, very smart for his age, I think. Very smart, anyway.
Come along, Tommy. And she leaves the shop with her goods and heads out. Vargan, as you've been sitting there, you've overheard the men around you have introduced themselves to you, but have engaged in sparse conversation. Once pleasantries have been exchanged, they kind of go back to their whispered talks. There seems to be some discussion of concerns about whether the wall will be enough to protect them if the goblins come back, and also discussion about the problems with the mine. This seems to be a big topic of conversation, as there's concerns about the fact that they need to continue working, but that a whole section of the mine has been closed off, and people don't know what they're supposed to do about that, because it's the section of the mine that had it's the newest section of the mine that was least the rest of the mine is becoming depleted of and that's the direction that they had originally been going in, and they're not sure if the mine's going to close or not, and conversations about the fact that the foreman has disappeared. There's a lot of discussion about what that'll mean for the town if the mine closes. And then you overhear someone bring up a pair of miners who had come out of the mine way back before the attack happened. And they came out of the mine, and they were weird. They were babbling in some language that nobody understood. And that never got investigated because they died during the battle with the hobgoblins.
They died fighting, or the hobgoblins killed them during the raid?
The hobgoblins killed them during the raid. They were, if you ask about it, someone will tell you that they were in one of the buildings that burned to the ground, and they didn't make it out. But that since then, that section of the mine has been closed off. Or the section of the mine wasn't supposed to be closed off, but after the battle, it was closed off, and the foreman was nowhere to be found. This is you can tell that, like, you came here looking for, when you first entered town, you asked if there was like a town hall or municipal building, and I think it would dawn on you pretty quick that when it comes to discussing matters of importance to the town, this is where you go, right?
Yeah.
These people are not, this is not an informal gathering. These men and women are here not just kind of discussing these things, but discussing them with the purpose of, what are we supposed to do about this? And this is the preliminary chatter you expect before some kind of meeting is called to order.
I'll try and ask a couple of them if they can remember any of the sounds that the two men babbled, and see if they can give me a faithful reinterpretation as best they can.
Sure.
And
What
sort
is your
sort of get them to kind of like go off each other to try and get a general consensus about the different sounds.
Sure. What is your what languages do you know?
I only know Common, Draconic, Elvish, Sylvan, and of course Videlcan.
Okay.
But what I was going to do is that if none of if the sounds they made don't sound familiar to me, is that I will kind of drop them out phonetically and then come back to it at a later date when I'm near someone who speaks other languages.
Okay. Then I will tell you right now that you do not recognize the sounds, but you can make some notes on them for that purpose.
Cool.
Okay. All right. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a quick break. My pup was all over me to take her out. I ignored her for a little bit, but that's not going to last very long. So if you can give me a few minutes break to take her out and put her to bed, I will be back.
We could see her standing on the bed begging.
I know.
Yeah.
I know you could.
good, dude.
All
I was just
right.
explaining what Sentry's deal was,
Yeah.
and thanks, dude. This is awesome for me. I'm really excited to see what the hell happens with art.
Yeah. Well, you guys,
You and I,
you headed back this way. I wasn't sure if you'd head to Richford.
Sentry,
I
and
wasn't.
I had to, man.
What's that?
I gotta see the aftermath. This is dope for me. This is super awesome.
Well, I didn't know if you guys would head this way or not, so I kind of had to think through what this town would be like if you did head back this way. In any event, what do Calith and Gemwin do after the general store, and after you kind of get what information and goods you get there?
Do they have potions of greater healing?
They certainly do not have potions of greater healing here.
Shucks.
They have potions. You might be able to get a couple of standard healing potions here. But the town, as I said, as you've gathered, they are rebuilding after a pretty devastating event, right? At least you can't find them at the general goods store. Any potions like that.
I would probably just go to the inn to eat and then go to sleep with the caravan.
Okay. What?
Probably the same, minus the eating.
Okay. Joffrey and Kerr. Kerr, you've made your pamphlets. You've got this little story with Joffrey, along the side of Joffrey. Would you... You're crashing at the inn, right? You've bought rooms at the inn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Joffrey, too?
Of course.
Okay.
He's a spoiled brat.
Yes, he is. Then, I will tell you this before moving on to resting for the night. Vargan, you stay for the meeting, I'm assuming. The priestess does not kick you out. She allows you to stay, but she's already warned you about, what's said here stays here.
Yeah.
There is a discussion about what to do about the mine. About the need to continue to mine, and now that the foreman is no longer there, all of the whatever ore is coming from the mine belongs to the town, whereas before it belonged to Reddenburg, into a corporation in Reddenburg that owned the mine. There's a conversation about what they're supposed to do with the ore and how they're going to sell it, and what they do with about the closed off section. There's not a good conclusion on a lot of those items. They're discussed, and there's a lot of conversation about some people wanting to reopen that section of the mine, and some people thinking it's too dangerous to do so. There's a back and forth and no conclusion.
Their reasons for it being unsafe, is that simply because of the task of reopening the tunnel to making it safe again because of the collapse, or because of the two crazy people?
The two crazy people. From what... There are people who think they found... Those people who went crazy found something down there that drove them crazy.
Fair assumption.
So there are those who are afraid to go down there. There's conversation about what the defenses for the town are, and there's conversation about militia drills that happen regularly in order to make sure that the town stays safe in case of the hobgoblin attack. Another hobgoblin attack. There's also questions that come up that Orca seems to be that seems to be kind of they seem like questions that have been asked before, and that she has repeatedly given them the same non-answers. Is it true? The questions that come up is it true that the hobgoblins are working for Lord Groft? That they're working for Reddenburg? Which she says that she tells them that she can't answer that question. They ask what happened to the mercenaries she hired to protect the town. And she says she can't answer that question right now either. They've been gone for weeks. She hasn't heard from them, and hopefully she will soon. There's questions about whether the walls and the militia drills are going to matter if that giant stone thing comes back and just flies over the walls and starts destroying them, and what they're supposed to do about that. There's questions about the lights in the mountains, that you obviously aren't the only person who has seen them, and there are questions about the fact that there seem to be more and more lights. There are questions about whether they should leave the town and go elsewhere until all of this is over. There are questions about the rumors that Reddenburg's army has started marching. And if they're coming this way, or if they're going south, what happens if they come here? And weren't they supposed to protect us? And questions all along that. There are questions about the drought that has been happening in Reddenburg, and the fact that it seems to be growing and going further and further, and is it going to come here, and what do we do if it does? And so these people are scared. There are obviously a lot of things going on. There are questions about whether or not they ever found the foreman, and what happens if he comes back. So you, at the end of the night, at the end of this meeting, people are dismissed. Orca looks stern and weary, and there's the dismissal of the meeting has people just kind of like getting up and wandering out, some in frustration and some in exhaustion and some scared.
And some mixture of all.
Yeah. And the priestess just kind of tries to address everyone's concerns the best she can over that time. And it's obvious that this meeting has happened every week, or at least in some form of regularity, over the last several weeks since the attack on the town. The things that actually get accomplished in this meeting are the scheduling of the militia drills, reports on the militia, and reports on reconstruction of the town. Things that are actually actionable tend to be things that are a bit boring. And the questions that are asked stand out in your mind because they are not questions you would expect in a small town in the hills, a small mining town in the hills.
Yeah. And the answers are not readily available.
They are not. And so the people leave, and Orica, I'm assuming that you would wait till everybody files out.
Yeah, as people file out, I'll try to make eye contact with her to let her know that I want to talk to her afterwards if possible.
Okay. Orca approaches you once everyone is out, and she says, "Well, friend, What have you to say?
I do not envy your situation. Your town seems to certainly be beyond any measure of my personal expertise. With your permission, I would like to see if any member of the party that I'm currently travel with may be able to make heads or tails of the language that the two miners were speaking.
That would be helpful.
I would like to, while it is not my place, I would like to offer an alternative to staying here where you don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. Perhaps with everything being in turmoil, it may be prudent to move to the travelling outpost up north. Strength in numbers, they seem to be well situated. If the drought is moving towards here, then it may not be long before you're in a similar situation to Reddenbeer. Incidentally, the caravan I'm travelling with, helping to guard, they are travelling to Reddenbeer with food supplies.
She, What's your insight?
A whole +2, so 12.
Okay. She's stony-faced as you share all this. Your suggestions are noted. I do grant you permission to discuss the strange language with your companions. If they are... she looks at your... She's taken in your attire. Your equipment. And says... If you are... You seem more than caravan guards, if the rest are anything like you. You have items of... Well... There are items that have a magical aura about them. On your person. 1 or 2.
You have some minor trinkets, yes.
You carry the pack of one who travels more than they sit still, and not as a caravan guard, I would say.
Our purposes happen to align, and because the caravan was otherwise unguarded and carrying a cargo which is important to many people's livelihoods, I felt it was only right to do so. Thankfully, the other members of my party felt likewise. Our end goal is to head further south. If it was not for... He trails off for a second as he contemplates something. Since you have confided in me and allowed me to sit in, I shall also confide in you as to my party's purpose. A death knight of an ancient necromancer has been recently set loose with the purpose of resurrecting his master. We are trying to stop him. If it was not for this, then I would not think twice about staying and helping as best I could.
No, that is not your place, and it is obvious that you have things that are of far greater importance. A creature like that is an undead of some amount of power. I know that. Tell me, can any amongst your companions cast the spell Sending?
I believe one may, if it is the spell that I'm thinking of.
That spell is beyond my ability. But if there is one amongst you who can, I would be willing to pay for the service.
I will. I am sure that that would not be necessary for you to pay for such a service. I will do my utmost to try to make the spell available to you.
I know you leave in the morning. If you are traveling with a caravan, your purposes are clearly
Time sensitive.
yes. I would caution you about Reddenburg. You overheard the questions about where the city's loyalties lie in regard to our town. I will tell you that the questions about whether the rumors that were spoken here about the city working with the hobgoblins are not mere rumor. I have evidence that it is truth. Although that evidence is circumstantial at best, there is still evidence that it is very possibly true.
May I ask what evidence this is?
I had hired a mercenary band to help clear the roads of this hobgoblin threat, to protect such caravans as yours, to prevent them from getting attacked. One of the camps of these raiders was occupied by hobgoblins, and the other was occupied by Reddenburg soldiers posing as bandits. I have reason to believe, based on my agents who undertook this effort to make the roads safe again, that there was communication between these two camps.
Is it possible that they were deserters?
There were orders from the spy master of Reddenburg Fortress for them to do what they were doing that were discovered.
If you have these orders, do you have these orders?
I do. The agents, I will tell you, the agents have been sent ahead to discover the truth behind this. They have traveled to Reddenburg Fortress for this purpose. I have not heard from them. That is why I wish to know if any amongst you can cast Sending, that I may try to contact those mercenaries I have hired.
It seems to me that we will be helping each other out in this situation, and possibly the caravan as well, if Renenbeer Fortress is nefarious in nature. I do not believe that they will treat an honest merchant honourably. May I suggest that you come with me, as I go to my companions now and see what can be done. The information that we may be able to glean will be helpful to all, including the caravan.
I will go with you.
I will lead the way.
Are you taking her to the caravan or to the inn?
Well, first I'll take her to the caravan.
Okay.
And then after I get the whereabouts of the kobold, who I believe is the only one who can cast the sending spell, I will bid her to wait with the caravan, and I'll go and fetch the kobold.
Okay. Gemwin, Caliph, and Corin are at the caravan when you arrive with Orica. You can find them. They've not yet headed to their tents to rest, but they are around the fire with the rest of the caravan. With those members of the caravan who are still awake.
Yeah, I will quickly fill in the party members that are currently with the caravan, as well as the caravan leader. I will very quickly kind of fill them in as to what's going on and leave the detail. Leave Orca, you said her name was?
Orica, yep.
Orica to give us a few more of the details as I go grab Kerr from the inn. Okay. And Joffrey.
Sure.
He's at the inn as well.
Okay. Orca introduces herself to all of you and sits down at the fire.
Greetings.
Hello. You are a far more modern Warforged than I have made an acquaintance with yet.
Possibly the only of my kind, unless others have achieved the same detail, acuity. I'm not sure.
I do not know. But it is a pleasure to meet you.
You as well. Gemma extends a hand. I was made to understand that this town has a relationship with Warforged. First, through the deployment of above game, I forgot the name, but the Legion, the big, cool Eagle.
Yes,
something
the Eagle Legion. Yep.
Oh, was it just the Eagle Legion?
It's just the Eagle Legion. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So first through the knowledge of the Eagle Legion being deployed here, and then through some other individual incident with a Warforged named Sentry.
Yes. Sentry. An interesting Warforged, to say the least. He was a member of the Eagle Legion.
Oh.
Long. That's a story for another time.
I understand.
Well, perhaps we will have time once our business is concluded. And she will introduce herself, turn to Caliph, and introduce herself to Caliph and Corin as well.
As I grab Kerr and Joffrey, I'll fill them in as much as I can as I lead them over to the caravan.
If they're willing to come.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Actually, I think I might be able to talk to the miner. Or at least understand what they might be saying.
They're dead. I've only got their... I as best I could, I got what the miners were saying phonetically. I can sound it out for you and see if it rings any bells, but maybe that's something best to do as a group.
Actually, and he's gonna go ahead and his eyes are gonna flash like a spectral green for a second, and he'll say, "Why don't you go ahead and get?"
Go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat? You cut out.
Why don't you go ahead and give it a try?
All right. He gives as best sound out as he can.
He casts tongues, by the way. So he can understand all spoken language, and anyone that speaks any language, or anybody that understands the spoken language.
Okay.
Now here comes the question. Would the spell be effective against someone who didn't understand what it was that they were speaking?
If it's a discernible language, it can still be.
Yes, but sometimes the way that the spells are written would also imply that the person who's speaking the language needs to know what they're saying. They say like with tongues, it's like a type of telepathy rather than an ability to understand a spoken language.
Well, it says when the target speaks. When the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language and can hear the target understands what it says. So I love that a small clay model of a ziggurat is the spell component for this spell, by the way.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? It's
Yes.
a total Tower of Babel reference.
Yes, that's exactly
it's wonderful.
what it is. It is wonderful. Okay, I will tell you what is said.
Yo, mama.
Your mother's size category is so large.
It is now the townsfolk told you they were saying these same phrases, babbling these same phrases on a loop. Okay.
Right.
And you essentially what the phrases are saying are they come, the lords and ladies come, the gates have been opened, the books have been opened, the books of madness have all been opened, and they keep saying these same things over and over again.
That's some good crazy train right there.
He mentions the books of madness have been. Can I make a history check?
Sure.
Yeah, same.
Actually, it would be religion.
It's religion. Okay.
Oh, I was wondering more along the lines of madness 500 years ago.
Wait, say that again?
I was talking about more along the lines of madness when I was still living here.
Were there any mentions of the books of madness when you were still living here? Okay, yes, make a history check. Or actually, I will just tell you off the bat. No, when you were here, there were no mentions of the books of madness.
Right.
Okay,
so...
not even in.
No.
Okay. All right, that works. Thanks.
As I think about it in terms of Arcana and history and religion, or do I can only pick one?
Well, I will tell you right off the bat with a passive 17 that there's no historical that you don't know any historical references to these books. They have not played a prominent role in history at any point. I will say that.
What about Arcana?
Arcana, what's your Arcana?
Passive 17. I get
also a passive
1d4 to it.
It would be religion. If you want to know what they are, or try to see if you know what they are, it would be religion. 13. They sound bad.
Yeah. No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, they sound. Yeah, they don't sound like something. Yeah, they sound. They sound bad.
Yes.
So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think
Kerr, are you willing to go?
No, I'm gonna go to bed instead. No, I'm just kidding.
Vargan will beseech Kerr.
I'll come along.
Okay.
Vargan is suitably thankful
Caliph,
and appreciative.
Orica has assessed your appearance. She is incredibly insightful. And she says, Are you of the tribes to the west?"
Yes, I am. Have you had contact with members of my people?
I've met a few over the years. Most recently, a member of the Winter Wolf tribe.
What was nobody's tribe? Just out of curiosity, I don't remember. Do you remember? Not that it matters that much.
I should have that information, actually. No, nobody was from the Firestrider tribe.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
But the Winter Wolf tribe live in the wastes.
Would I have ever met any of them?
Probably. They're more hunters than anything else. They're nomadic. They drive sleds with sled dogs, and tend to be pretty fierce, pretty warlike.
I'm familiar with that tribe, although that is not my tribe. I hail from the Azure Mist tribe.
Ah, the Azure Mist. Yes, they are from what I've been able to understand of the Azure Mist tribe, they are quite spiritual people. Follow their ancestors' path.
That is very true. We do honor our ancestors.
What has brought you to this side of the mountains?
Oh, many things. Mostly I came to... Originally, I came to find my family, parts of my family, but that didn't work out so well for me. So I've spent the last couple of years doing a little of this and that. Mostly acting as a caravan guard for part of that time, and recently just more adventuring.
You have the air of a warrior, and the axe of one as well.
I do know my way around an axe.
Well, may Morgan's blessing be on you, that you may find victory in your battles.
Thank you, and may the blessings of the gods be on you as well, and the spirits.
Vargan, Kerr, and Joffrey join the campfire around the caravan. Or they join the campfire at the caravan. And Orcas introduces herself to Joffrey and Kerr. Although, when she looks at Kerr, and she introduces herself, she says, "You don't see many kobolds outside of their tunnels."
No, really? I would not know. We would not know. No. No, we haven't. We have never seen any other kobolds, actually.
Really? Kobolds are tribal peoples. They live in large families. You've never seen one?
No, no, we have not.
How interesting. I admire your craftsmanship, she says, looking at your armor and weapons.
Ah, yes. Good armor, yes, but very nice. We did not make it, though.
You
No,
didn't make it yourself.
Oh, no, of course not. Formed when we were, it was, yes.
Formed when you were. That is an interesting way of... What do you mean?
It means we... No, no, do not want to talk. Not... No. Bad memories. No.
I apologize
Not
for
other
prying.
things, yes. Yes. Yes, other things. Other things, yes. It means that we know the truth.
It is late.
Dream.
Maybe we should get to the matter at hand.
Yes. I require a sending spell. I am willing to pay.
And what are you willing to give?
At this point, Bargain interjects. Considering that this information is just as important to us and the caravan as it is to this town, maybe we should forego charging. I assure you, it concerns us just as much.
I turn back to the priestess. Offer?
Gold?
More paper?
No.
Healing?
Better. But no.
What do you ask of me?
Set up a small shrine to one that we name in town.
I am afraid that this may not be something I can accommodate. We are followers of Morrigan.
Outside of town, then? Yes?
Yes,
Of
I will
no
do this.
consequence. It is not even one that you know.
I would be willing to do this.
Then we have deal. Message, yes? To who? Where? How?
I require 2. Can this be done?
It can? Yes?
Okay. I need to check something really quick. Mhm. She is going to dang. She pulls out some artwork, which she has in a journal on her person. This is art done for me by one of the members of the village. It is probably the most accurate rendition of those to whom I wish for you to send messages to, as I can find. I can describe them to you, the person in detail, and I believe this will make them familiar enough to you that you should be able to contact them with the spell. The names of the two individuals are first Sentry, and then Kolak. Although that is not his full name, and I believe you will need it. The full name of the one I wish for you to contact is
Kolak Derentutium.
Kolak Qatar Derentutium.
That's right. Jesus, Alex, I love you, man, but goddamn.
Okay, Kolak what?
Kolak Qatar Derentutium. I will send you a copy of the name.
Why does it sound like when he was naming his character, he was having a coughing fit and farted at the same time?
It's a Dragonborn.
I got it. Don't have to send it.
Oh, okay. I ask that you send to both the following message. It is the Priestess Orica. This missive, hold on, 25 words. The Priestess Orica asks, of your whereabouts and the status of your intended mission. If you want, you can private message Alex with that message. And if you send one sending to Sentry, Chris, you can just respond as Sentry.
Actually, we're going to cast sending to Kolok first.
Okay.
Greetings!
Did you send him a message? Did you send him the sending?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Greetings, Kolok! Kolok? We are Kerr. Priestess Orca wishes to know where you be and would like a status report as soon as possible. And then to Sentry. Greetings, Sentries. We are Kerr. Priestess Orca wants to know where you be. What are you doing? She wants a status report, yes? Please reply.
Yours lovingly, Kerr.
Chris, just for your information, this is being sent to Century.
Is it before or after he gets to?
Before or after he gets to what?
Before or after he gets?
You keep cutting out at the same word. God damn it.
The nickel key cutter place. Is it before? Or
Before.
after?
It is before that.
Before he gets there.
It is. This is exactly 1 week after you leave the Crushers.
Got it. Kerr. Directive adjusted. Reestablished connection with Nexus. Prime. Prime objectives changed. Will reestablish contact after connection has been cemented. And then it cuts out.
How do you translate that to Orica?
Prime Nexus. Primary objectives succeeded. We'll contact later.
Succeeded. If he succeeded, he cannot contact me later.
And then he said something rather rude.
What did he say?
What did he say?
Something about your ancestors and horse dung. Yes, we are lying very badly.
You're lying badly. Okay, then give me a deception roll with disadvantage.
Where is it?
So 7?
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yep.
Crit fail and crit success. No, I don't believe you.
Kerr, we really need to know what's being said.
Must I cast Zone of Truth?
It was all true except for that last part.
Okay. So
So
apart
he
from
has-
that last part,
Did you say that he has completed his primary objective and he will contact me later?
That's what he said. Yes.
right? What else did he say that you're not telling us? Please.
What exactly did he say?
He said that he has reestablished his connection to the Nexus, and when that connection is cemented, he will contact the priestess.
And didn't he say his primary objectives have changed?
Yes, his primary objective has changed.
Oh, okay. Then I just say it verbatim then.
Okay. That's not promising.
What was
Did Kolak
the
respond?
original? Sorry?
No? Okay.
Oh wait, I forgot to message.
That helps.
I figured if you were translating it into Kerr speak that you might send it to Alex.
While that's going on, Vargan will ask the priestess what were the original objectives.
To discover the truth of Redinburgh's interaction with the hobgoblins.
Oh, the spy master, right.
And, if possible, recover any of the goods stolen from the town.
Judging from what I've heard about Sentry, just from being at the town hall, it seems to me that something major must have come up for him to change objectives like that.
Yeah. Well, judging by how the townspeople feel about him, it's not really much we can say to his character, but I'm inclined to be in agreement with Vargan. Something happened. Not that that is any comfort.
I'll ask the caravan leader. Judging based on what we've uncovered so far, are you still planning on going to the fort?
She is quiet for a moment, and then Alice says, "Let us get all responses from these messages first, and then I will make a decision."
Bargain nods with approval.
Alex is in the Alex is in the stream chat, by the way. He just popped in because I told him you were gonna message him.
Typing it out right now.
Understood. Oh, when the big world gets bigger. The priestess is stone-faced, but anybody who has a decent insight, like upwards of 15, can tell.
Ooh, I've got a 15.
Can tell that she is pensive.
Actually, wait, do I?
Anxious, unsure of what Sentry's message even meant, but she hides it well. She stays fairly stone-faced, and it's only a few micro expressions that you pick up on as she sits there waiting for Kolok's response. Alice is smoking a pipe and tapping a very bent up symbol of Morrigan on her necklace.
Now we know that's Vargan's talking to Orica. Now that we know that the miners were babbling about books of madness, it's probably prudent not to reopen the mining tunnel after all. At least not until you have a suitable party to send down there to cleanse.
Yes, I would agree. Were you able to discover the language they spoke?
Vargan looks to Joffrey. What language was that, by the way?
No idea. It doesn't say we get to know what language.
No, it doesn't.
Well, at least we know what they were saying.
I can only understand it. If I had to guess, using context, probably assume either abyssal or.
With the rest of the party now here, Vargan will once again go through the sounds phonetically and see if anyone understands anything.
Oh, I'm gonna try something.
Kerr suddenly sits up. Morrigan, praise Morrigan. We're in Riverdam Raft, gathering an army to take down Reddenburg. Gonna have to kill a Rakshasher first, apparently.
Yeah, sure.
That's amazing.
Rakshasers and beholders.
Vargan looks at Orica. Did that make sense to you?
That sounds like a fucking shit show. Every Wednesday around noon.
Thank you for the plug. Thank you for the plug.
Yeah, of course. No problem, man.
Justin, can you just copy and paste that into our chat real quick? And I am going to try a thing here. I need to see.
Ding.
Nowhere. There we go.
Can everybody read that?
Nope.
In Foundry.
Nope.
Oh.
No
Nope.
one. No one can read that.
Yeah, there
Nope.
So I do want to try something a bit cheeky. I'm not going to do it with the second thing, so I'm guessing the first thing you did was just like random letters or something. But I just want to try something cheeky and see what happens.
Try.
Is okay. Just out of question. Okay. There are two letters or two things that you put in the first one. Was that 8 and a D?
No.
Okay. All right. In that case, the cheeky thing doesn't work.
Okay. If you pull your token onto the table and select your token, does it change whether or not you can read it?
How do I pull my token onto the table?
You should just be able to go to the Actors tab, which has the 3 meeples.
Yeah.
Find your character sheet and drag your... There you go.
Okay.
So if you select your token, does it change whether or not you can read it?
Nope. I'm going through the different languages options that I have as well, and no difference. Not that it should.
You don't know it, so it won't show up. It wouldn't show up for you anyway.
I take it you know all the languages that we speak.
I don't. That's why. If one of you knows this language, you should be able to read it in English.
Even if I don't have my character in Foundry, I only have it on D&D Beyond.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it'll pull it in with the mods that he's got. It should, if you upload your character, you should have a language drop down.
If you click on your character, that's what I'll ask you. If you click on your character, there is a drop-down menu above the chat. Does it have different languages you can? Does it have the languages your character knows?
Drop-down menu above the chat.
It does. Yeah, if you look at, you see the
if you're in the Foundry,
box in the Foundry.
the Foundry chat, where you go to type.
You've got public role, and then language, and then it should be default on common, and then you've got a bunch of other languages that you can select
Mine
from
only
it.
says common.
Okay.
Yeah, so do
what
mine.
what other languages do you
Goblin
know
and
then?
Primordial.
Common and primordial. Okay.
And Goblin.
And goblin. And Kerr, what languages do you know?
Just common and draconic.
Okay. Was that draconic that you just wrote in?
No.
Oh,
No,
it
it
changed.
wasn't.
I clicked off of yours. Okay, I see what happens. I clicked off your token, and so it made it so that I couldn't read it either. Or I clicked on a token that can't read it. That's interesting.
So if I do that, then the only people that can read draconic should be able to read what I just wrote.
Correct.
Kerr?
I can see that, yeah. It says poopy.
It does.
Is what it says.
Anyway,
It does say
if you're Calith is correct, or Brad is correct. If your character sheet isn't uploaded from D&D Beyond into Foundry, then it doesn't work for you. So that's unfortunate. That's something I have to work on then, because it's a neat. It is a neat thing because I can pick the language it's in and type it, and anybody who does know the language would be able to read it, and those who don't won't. So, in any event, none of you know the language. So I'll say that. Alex also thought that your impression of Kolak was pretty good.
Oh, well, I tried.
Yeah, he liked it.
Is that Vedalken?
Yes.
I can't read that one. Okay.
Okay. Orica hears the response and says, well, that does not confirm. I guess that does confirm to some degree that the hobgoblins are likely working with Reddenburg if Kolak's intent is to take down Reddenburg. Therefore, I would warn you that if you bring food to sell into Reddenburg Fortress, the likely outcome is that it will be confiscated by their military.
Unideal.
Alice looks crestfallen.
Vargan tries to cheer her up. You may not reach your original destination. However, as you can see, the people here are also in dire need of supplies.
She perks up.
Alex.
Are you talking to
Alex!
Alex in chat?
No, I'm talking to, trying to be in character.
Oh, Alice. Gotcha.
Alice, how much would you say the goods of your caravan are?
This again.
No,
I'm kidding.
not
I'm kidding.
the same thing. No, if Gemwin says that, he's. Give me a minute.
I'm sorry.
How much would you say the goods of your caravan are worth?
We'll sell it for 50 million gold.
Yeah. That sounds about right for Joffrey's price estimations. She does some calculations and gives an amount. 'Cause I'm not doing any more math.
How much
tonight.
is the amount?
I'm not doing
I'm
any more
asking
math
how
right
much
now.
is the amount.
Yes, I know what you're
just
asking.
Ballpark it.
500 gold.
Done.
What do you mean? Done.
You've sold your wares. You can start offloading them and put them in the keep. And he's gonna just hand her 500 gold.
Orca and Alice both kind of turn and look at you. And Alice nods, and Orica says, "I'm agreeable to this. Do I owe you a return on your investment?"
No.
Yes, 1,000.
Alice,
Not
yeah,
that I can think of, but frankly, we would appreciate any help you can give us of Coriol Forest. Not sure how much you know about the area. Any insight you can give us on our way to Dryan would be much help.
have you heard the
You
rumors?
don't need her for that. I spent most of my childhood in Coral Forest.
Well, given the news that we've heard and everything going on in Reddenburg, if they're besieging the town, we might want to avoid Dran. We run
If
into
they're
the
besieging the town, they'll be up against my parents.
Right. Well,
Corin says,
what would you say is worth? What would you say is worth the amount I've just spent? I'll let you pick what you feel is a fair trade. I don't want someone to feel like they're indebted to me. It's not my jam.
Or your toast.
"How long will you
On my
be in
toast.
town now that the caravan is no longer headed to Reddenburg?"
I suspect we'll probably leave in the month. Right? Gentlemen?
More than likely.
The
She nods.
Videlkin nods as well.
I have some scrolls. I can give you a pair of them. They may be useful to you.
Scrolls are good. Do you know what spells they have?
Yeah, she's going to tell you.
There's also the possibility that we can help resolve the conflict so that we can bring food through later so it doesn't get confiscated.
I've been told that you have... I've been told that you have pressing matters of your own to attend to.
This is so.
The purpose of going to the fort was more of a quick side trip rather than a full-on campaign. We don't have that sort of time luxury. 1 or 2 days is one thing, but we have no idea how long it will take to resolve this conflict.
Vargan, does your magic map have a shortcut?
Sorry, shortcut to where?
Coriol Forest, our next destination. See if we can't cut down any extra time we might be running into.
I can try.
Is it Reddenburg that's under siege or Drayan?
Reddenburg is sieging Drayan.
Okay.
Or Reddenburg has sent its military in the direction of Drayan. You don't, that's all you know is that you've heard rumors from the townspeople and you've heard rumors from the caravan that the military from Reddenburg has started marching towards Drayan. That's what you've been informed of. That's as much as you know.
Hang on, question.
Yes.
Because of the fact that I grew up around the forest and such, do I already know of any shortcuts, or would I need to use the map?
To get to the far side of Coriol, where that dot is, you would probably need to use the map. However, I will also tell you that your you're having grown up around the forest, you probably have had contact with the elves who live there.
Yeah, that's part of my background.
Yeah, exactly. So because of that, that will make travel through the forest easier for you, because the elves will not bother you. Whereas anybody else who comes into the forest will be intercepted and questioned by the elves before they are allowed to travel through Coriel. You will not, which will definitely speed up your trip.
Sweet. Alright, but you still want a map roll?
If you're trying to find a quicker path through Coriel, I would take a map roll for that.
Alright, well.
Not through. Looking for a quicker path to Coriel Forest.
Well, to our destination, surely.
Do we know exactly where that is inside the forest?
Yes.
You know where the I should say you know where the point on the map is. That's where you.
Yeah.
That's what.
Got it. Okay.
She offers you 2 scrolls for you to come and pick up from the temple in the morning before you leave. One is Mass Cure Wounds. And
Excellent.
the other is is Find the Path.
Seriously?
Yes.
That spell is notoriously horrible.
Notoriously horrible?
I love it.
Alright. Well, the roll for today is a bust. However, I can try again in the morning before we leave.
Yes.
Either way, I will say that our best bet, for at least until the map starts behaving, is to start travelling as though we are going to go go across the bridge and then head directly south, so that we can kind of bypass any besieging forces.
Okay.
Just go straight into the forest, because that's our safest bet. The elves would protect us when we're in there.
Corin says, if that's the plan, I'm fine with it.
Vargan, I know we're on our own mission, but if your family's in trouble, is there anything you want to do for them in Drayan?
My family are, my parents especially, are powerful warriors in their own right, and my sister is almost as good as I am. If Drayan is indeed under siege, they are already in good hands. My parents will not look favourably upon me putting my own concerns for their well-being above the concerns of the many. It would bring dishonor.
I think he's trying to say no.
Corin
In short.
actually is thinking about things.
Thinking about that cute drow priestess. We'll see her again.
No.
Don't you worry. Oh.
If Reddenburg and Drayan are going to war, we have to tell Twyland Hill. Drayan and Twyland Hill have had good relations between the 2 cities. And if Reddenburg is starting a war, they would want to know.
Could Kerr send a message to, Genevieve or Felix or the guard captain, someone in that army that you know? Genevieve's father?
Well,
Or you thinking more than that?
the priestess had to give him a drawing and a description of those couple of people that he sent messages to just so he could do it. I can't do anything like that, can you?
No.
Surely I can give an accurate description of one of my parents, and if word was sent to Twyland Hill already about Drone's position, they would know.
I mean, I can give an accurate description. I think he needs more than that.
You would need to. Kerr would be able to be familiar with it. The spell says you have to have familiarity with the creature you're sending it to. My interpretation, because the spell also says that if they are familiar with you, they know, they understand that it's your voice that they hear, which means that the person doesn't necessarily need to know who you are, but you need to be familiar with who the person is. And for me, that means like you would need to be able to recognize the person. So what I've ruled in the past is if you can show an accurate representation of the person of the person's appearance and a description of who they are and their full name, then that gives the sender enough familiarity to send the message. So like telepathically projecting an image of the person, or using a minor illusion spell or anything like that, or having a lifelike piece of artwork of the intended recipient and an accurate description of who they are as a person would allow it.
Well, that's easy. Me, but older.
Kara, I will allow you to make an Arcana check to attempt it.
And I can assist. May I assist?
Yeah, you can give him the help action since you're using the description and all of that.
All you guys are on fire.
It's not with advantage, though.
No, it's not. The spell,
oh my god!
The spell unfortunately fails.
Oh well, an attempt was made.
Well, what about Alice? What's your
Alice?
next destination? Is there any way we could have you bring a message to Twyland Hill?
It'll.
Good, we're told.
Alice says, "Well, I'm not heading south. After this, if I've sold my goods, we'll unload them here, and I'll head back to the crossroads, and from there, probably Riverdam Raft. And I can head to Twyland Hill after that. But I'm not heading down past Ridgefoot Way. Past Reddenbow Way. Not if there's a war about to go on."
Yes,
Just
that does
looking at the
seem,
map, I mean, that's not. She would get to Riverdam just as fast as Twyland Hill.
Yep.
Or faster. And there must be some kind of message system between Riverdam and Twyland, I would think, right? Like a. Something.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Like boats going
Shouting.
up and down the river or something. Yeah.
Shouting. Yes, I think that's possible. And so
They yodel at each other.
Corin nods, and he says, "All right. She's going to take a message. We're going to make sure Twyland Hill knows what's going on. And then, and the rest of us, we're going to keep heading towards Coriol. Try and find a shortcut if we can. That's the plan."
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
The next morning, I will try and see if I can find a shortcut for Alice to Twyland Hill.
Okay.
Because since I can do this once a day, then it doesn't matter. You know, I can always try again tomorrow for us. We've got enough days to travel anyway.
No problem.
Perception, please be good.
15.
Yes.
Yeah. There's you find a road, an old forgotten road, that should lead directly from that crossroads just east of Ridgeford straight towards Riverdam Raft, bypassing the need to head back up to the crossroads. So she can
And away from all the
Yep.
Hobgoblins.
She can head straight east to get to River Dam Raft. And that cuts off quite a number of days of travel.
As I hand her the map in the morning, I'll whisper, "Don't worry, no charge."
She laughs. You hand her the map, and she heads out. Orca brings you the 2 spell scrolls and thanks you for your help and the best you can.
I'm sorry, but we can't do more.
She says, if what you told me is true, then you head towards a greater mission and danger of your own. Ridgefoot will stand as it has. You gather together, and you head on the road south towards Coriel Forest. Yes, Kerr?
I've got one last thing to do before heading out.
What do you do?
Like literally right before we leave, I'm gonna go out into the town, the busiest spot, and climb up on top of either like a barrel or a wagon or something.
Okay.
And thaumaturgy to make the voice loud. Everyone, please. Before I leave, bring your pots and your pans and your baskets and your jugs and anything to hold food and water in, and please listen to. We have something to say. Listen, while you do this. Behold, she is coming with the clouds, and every eye shall be blind with her glory. Every ear shall be stricken deaf to hear the thunder of her voices. Let the men, women, and children of the earth come forth and gather to behold the power of the many-voiced one. Let those who dwell here in her favored land attend now to the words of the prophet of Tiamat. Come forth and drink the waters of her radiance. Let her serve as a reminder of the division that has occurred in the past, and the resplendence of the promise of our unity in the times to come. Give your many bodies to the many-voiced God, my friends. Release yourself to her power. Feel her glow and be united. There shall be no tears, no sorrow, no suffering. For in the unity, we shall see a release from the pain and hardships of this world. Yea, your suffering shall exist no longer. It shall be washed away in her celestial glow, burned from you in the fires of her brilliance. Each of us, yes, shall know peace, shall know an end to pain, and shall know Tiamat in her glory. I urge you, my friends, come with me and pray. Glorious Tiamat, I give unto you these feeble bones. I present to your will this frail body. I beg of you to use me as your vessel. Guide me to your brilliance, guide us to the unity, and give relief to this weak flesh. Cast the fragile form of this inferior body into new life in the forge of your glory. Tiamat, come! Bestow your presence on the unworthy servants. We shall stay true until the day of unity, until the dawn of your return to our humble world. And I proceed to cast Create Food and Water.
Nice.
In all of the baskets and containers that they have brought. And I continue to cast it 8 times. And then I recharge with the my Pearl of Power, and I casted once more. For
Nice.
a total of 405 pounds of food and 270 gallons of water.
Holy crap.
And then I throw out a bunch of pamphlets that I've made, and I say goodbye.
The water lasts forever, but the food spoils in 24 hours if it's not eaten.
Not his problem, I don't think.
Nope.
Oh, yep.
Gemmin will grab one of those pamphlets, actually.
Of course
Hang
he will.
on. You were saying Tiamat, right?
Yes.
Tiamat, as an aside,
as in-
Tiamat does not exist in this setting, but Kerr believes in Tiamat.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say, Tiamat is definitely the chaotic evil dragon that, if she did exist in this world, would be one that my character would most certainly have known about.
Yes. Tiamat
But
is...
Tiamat does not exist.
Yes.
Otherwise.
Vargan has no idea who Tiamat is.
Alright,
None of you
cool.
have any idea who Tiamat is. But Kerr worships the many-voiced god and calls her Tiamat.
Okay.
That was beautiful, by the way.
That was wonderful.
That needed to be rehearsed a little bit more. That kind of hurt my throat.
Switching between the voices. Fantastic.
You are a strange creature, Kerr, but I approve of your methods.
And so you head out of town, and I think that we will bring it to a close there.
Yes, please. It's 5 a.m. for me.
Yeah. So,
Oh my god.
we're gonna, why don't we do a real quick favorite moments version. Each of you give a favorite moment for your character, and then a favorite moment for another character. Try to pick a character that someone else hasn't picked. But we'll start with you, Rye. Favorite Vargan moment, and then a favorite moment for another character.
Favorite moment for my own character. Probably the bit where at first he accidentally derailed Joffrey's bargaining thing with the caravan trader, and then purposefully derailed it when he was suspicious of Joffrey's intentions. As for another player, no, I'm sorry, people. I'm gonna have to take the easy one. Kerr with that ending. that was nicely done. Yeah, that was just practically flawless.
Marcus? Favorite Gemwin moment, and favorite moment for another character.
Yeah, favorite Gemmin moment was the orbs, easily. Just because that's my favorite part of playing a wizard, the utility, like the way you can manipulate space and matter and shape it and influence it to your own ends in a practical way. I like practicality.
Absolutely.
Other characters, after understanding what his motivation was, I actually really did like Joffrey's gambit with asking for a higher price for the caravan to see if they were on the up and up, because it did make a lot of sense that if they didn't blink at that price that he had mentioned, it would have been an indication that they weren't just moving provisions.
Mm-hmm.
That after the fact was actually really interesting to me.
Chris?
Favorite Joffrey moment was probably using the not even blinking at dropping 500 gold pieces to buy all of their wares so that they wouldn't risk any of it getting confiscated, and it would still help people.
And for another character? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Marcus.
Marcus, were you going to say something?
Oh no, I was just saying that was a good one, a good moment.
The other one was probably I like how much of a like a I like how much of a grounding Caliph is just as a character. He seems very down to earth. Like he's got this spiritual aspect to him, but every problem is like there's a very clear answer in Caliph's mind on how to address all the problems we've come up with, and it's really interesting to see because he's a barbarian, right? And it's just interesting to see the typical barbarian trope get turned on its head by having normally be just like this calm, collected, professional individual.
I loved the who cares.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Brad, your favorite Caliph moment?
Yeah, I'd probably say the Who Cares was probably my favorite. I could just, I could see Caliph more. This was kind of almost more in my mind's eye, but when Joffrey was given those prices, where he didn't know the motivation behind doing that, he just thought he was out of touch. I could just see Cal standing back there, rolling his eyes like, "This guy's crazy." And my favorite other character moment was I actually liked the way Marcus played when he learned about Sentry and asking about that whole both with the little girl and with the mayor lady of the town or whatever her position was.
Yeah. Justin, favorite car moment?
Messing up the sending.
And for someone else at the table?
Actually, I appreciated the lore dump you gave us tonight. Like, all of it.
Thank you. Good.
Because that's always cool stuff to just sit back and listen to.
I enjoyed revisiting a place that has shown up, like, in another game and have it have a different impact for you guys than it did for the previous party who had been here, right? There haven't been a lot of places where that has happened yet, where another party goes to a town that has, or a town or a city that has been impacted by a previous campaign or another concurrently running campaign. That, so like, you coming along, all of you coming along and finding this location a month later, it was fun to think through, okay, what's changed since the last time I visited this place in a game? What's different now? And,
yeah, that was a really cool moment for me as a player that was a part of that. To see the effect that
the aftermath.
Yeah. I hope it didn't come off as self-indulgent. Okay.
Not at all.
And I really I felt like this game got a little off the rails. This adventure got a little off the rails for me. Coming back after a couple of weeks, I felt a little rusty with the party and felt like it got away from me. And I had a little bit of trouble reining it in to move it forward. So I apologize if I wasn't on my A game in the whole, like, keeping things going aspect of things, but
I apologise for the part that I played in boiling.
Yeah,
it's really okay. It's really okay. The primary thing that I am concerned with is I hope you all had fun tonight. So
we never derail.
Everything gets derailed. Anyway, guys, thank you for watching. Thanks for playing, all of you. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and we'll set up a raid, so hang out if you'd like, and we'll see you next week.